Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は495日目です。It is day 495, or a day after level 54. Let's get into our new set of reviews.
浄化
That's not quite purification. Fair enough.
丹精
Oh, yeah. They're all the same.
錦
Nishiki.
倫理学
無秩序 Oops.
Hokui追随
倫理的 よみがえる
諭す惨め啓蒙
井戸風呂場
総帥
木ごい
備前
随所
経緯あ、おう
丹念
丹念
犠
犠牲
牲者
者
寛大
くつろぐ
く
極楽
極楽。
最優遇
宮。土壌。まごい。
リコ。
茨城県。
必須条件。
Same difference.
細胞。登場。
うん。
あ
あやとり。猛虎。
三時。
Excuse me.
春明。
飛
遺
散。
産。
剰余金。
給湯。
良一郎。
あぐら。奉仕。
お。錦市場。
新陳代謝。
Oops. Amen. How does common think about all of their everyone boils things their yurts? Oh.
孤児院
院
参上ことに
据える口頭塗装平壌
This is not what I think it is. It's not Oka. Is it? I don't think so. It's what? Oh,
きゅうり
beauty. Beauty.
正常随時
随時
陶水繊
繊
維
維
スイカ
店舗
兵
兵糧
糧
青い
葵
浄土膨らむ
虐
虐
待
待虐待
徐行
徐行good enough. What?
披露
Hiro. Hiro expose and exposed and do. And last couple of days at work, you've had headaches all throughout. Have any ideas as to why this may be happening? Your guess is as good as mine. Sleep, diet. Check with your general practitioner. Koichi.
刑事
KG. Ojo. Oops. Ajo.
過剰
Oh.
事情 随分
Even. Oh. Tsuraniki boss.
貫き通す 完了 洗浄
Ducky, but aside from it's been okay. Just shock being hit back to back 9-hour, including lunch days. That sounds like a fairly normal amount of time. So I would probably mildly suggest that you work up to that or work to mitigate that, because a 9-hour day is not that atypical.
Boto.
It's another. Oh, actually. Tyranny? Tyranny. Not tyranny. All these ones are kind of similar. Oh no, this is sunrise.
鑑定
Yeah, your school schedule has significantly lower hours, even considering extra study time. It's less than 9 hours per day. Well, if you're getting headaches from those, then I would suggest that you have to build yourself up. I'm not Tamakeru. Dang, I really thought it was Tamakeru. But just slack on. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not okay, dude. Oh, different thing. Nama. 怠ける。
怠ける。錦
す
鯉。
ごい。
虐殺。
虐殺。
合戦。
浮上。
浮上。
共有。
随所。what?
随筆。
何？偏り。
搭載。
協定。
沸
沸
騰。
騰。
吹き出す。
浄水。
忘却。what?
暴虐。
Oh, typo. うん。
陳列室。
ジョジョ。
参拝。あ、oops。
惨敗。
参拝。
綾野。恋。
啓発。
Oh no. What am I doing? That's not tolerant. Wait in.
残虐。賠償金。
風呂屋。元帥。 ウリ
Uri. Uh,
Shiitageru. Sensai.
Sensai.
Chodai.
Chodai.
Yojo.
Honpo.
Kasen
Kasen.
Dobo
Dobo.
Akebono
Oops. I said the other way around. Okie dokie. Let's look at our timing for tomorrow here. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's do our conditions. Okay. So get whale, soul, villa, night, planting. I kidnap, brown. In merit to repay mon family crest. Oroshi wholesale run column itsu deviate go no show furthermore esteem and appear shku solemn good bullish short common then practice a present so neglect shitsu rapid yo no chanting ama sickle okay rule yo describe only or no also cheat stupid or shock oh supple Go. Proud. Cookie. Stem. Hot. Ladder. You. Leisure. Hanzu. Apricot. Akane. Rose matter. Shiori. Bookmark. Alright. Pretty decent day too. Oh, we have less than a month left. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, exchange ideas and experiences. Keep each other motivated to learn. Right, so until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は147日目です。It is day 147. Let's get into our 3 grammar lessons today. Rashi, second one. Second usage. Typical of or ish, like appropriate or becoming, befitting. Interesting. Follows a noun. In our first Rashi lesson was to discuss the auxiliary verb use of Rashi, which is like to, it appears like situation. In this lesson, we will focus on the keiyoshi no ichibu. Auxiliary adjective usage. I see. An auxiliary adjective is a type of adjective that must be attached to another word for it to have any meaning. To use rashi in this way, it must be attached to the end of a noun, A, and will imply that something is typical of A, where A is the noun that comes before it. As this, rashi behaves like an E adjective. It may also be conjugated to rashiku before a B phrase. Will explain more about what it's typical of. I see.
トムは本当に男らしいね。
Interesting. 男らしいね。
タケルくんはもうお兄ちゃんなので、お兄ちゃんらしくしなさい。
Okay.
やっと10月らしい天気になったね。
Okay. I guess you can only become one once, so why not come like October weather? I see. The primary use of this rashi is to express that A has some feature or trait that is expected of itself. Okay. It can be used for people. Starting all night is so typical Tanaka. Or it can be used for things like seasons. This heat is so typical of the Japanese summer. Other common translations are to be befitting of A or to be appropriate for A. However, they may also be used negatively to show that something is often surprisingly uncharacteristic of A.
トムがこんなに勉強をしているのは見たことがない。トムらしくない。
Interesting.
今日は8月らしくないです。涼しいです。彼女は女らしくない人だ。
Almost all of them use nai. Alright, I mean, because they're all negative. Shikunai, so rashikunai, and there's a noun version, copula, and just straight up. When the noun that appears in A and B are the same, it will imply that A is the prime example B or the most A, B. 今年の Yeah, I was gonna say ocho. 今年の8月は新しい、夏らしい、夏だね。sorry. 夏らしい、夏だね。Okay, I see. Interesting. Kind of reminds me of how like more and more works and okay. Easy enough. Okay, Rashi is our only. Wow, there are a lot of related things. Oh man, dang, that's a lot of related things. Okay, so the ones we have before was Mitai. Okay, Mitai. It seems they experience likeliness, but Mitai requires a comparison. Yeah, Mitai suggests resemblance despite being different. Nashi describes something that fits, okay. Nashi has two related, both distinct, right? Nashi one was to convey that there's a third-party source of a nuance that speaker believes to be true, yeah. And this one is a characteristic of something, okay. Alright, what in the kind of thing, kind of vibe? Adding a te? Te, right, te. Kanji. Feeling. Kanji. Alright, so this is a casual phrase which is used to say that something feels like or has the vibe of something, yeah. And it is made up of the casual, oh, quotation mark, that's what that is, okay. There's no, and then the noun kanji, meaning feeling, similar to ending a sentence with kind of thing, tends to soften a statement and make it now more indirect. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of like this, just like this, like that, like that. This in my opinion captures a lot of the casual English likeness. Like, you know what I mean? Like this. It's kind of, I guess, that kind of like Nihon, okay. Oh, this is actually a new grammar point. Interesting. Nihonjin de kanji. Nihonjin de kanji. Taksan tabetai de kanji da ne. Da ne. Okay. Kawaii de kanji no ko da yo. Kanji no ko da yo. Okay. Oh, complicated. What is that? Fusatsu de kanji. This is frequently used to wrap up loose train of thought. A speaker may explain the situation and then add this to summarize the general gist or atmosphere what they just said. Yeah, like kind of not exactly the same as like desne, like looking for confirmation, but more like it was like that. That's just what it is, right? Or oh, it do be what it's like, it do be like that. Alright. Anyways. 昨日は朝から雨で、電車もlate 遅れて、oh no wait. Yeah, 遅れて会社にoh 会社に着いたらもう、に着いたらもう、interesting。に着いたらもう、会議が始まってて、oh, and yep, that's the conjunction. Oh goodness. 城も忘れて conjunction again. もう最悪だったって感じ。Okay. Wait. Yesterday from... Alright. Because of the morning rain. Yesterday regarding the morning rain. The train was late, and then the meeting regarding the meeting has already started, and you forgot what? Shiroi documents, and then it was the worst. Yep, it was the worst. It felt like it was the worst, or it's just like the worst. Okay. Dang. Okay. This is a casual spoken phrase. In written or more formal context, it could sound too vague and as if the speaker thoughts are not well formed. Yep. Basically, same feeling. Whenever someone says something like, does that make sense at the end of a sentence or something like that? Or, I think so, I guess. It's like that. Most of it is imprecise, unsure. Even though it's spoken casually, I still am not convinced when someone adds something like this. There is an appropriateness to use for it though, when you don't want to be upfront and direct. Like, you don't want to insinuate something that is incredibly negative when it's potentially inappropriate. That's a way to soften what you believe or what you think. Usually though, this kind of thing sounds more like the majority of how people make statements, and not necessarily for things that deal with validity. More like whenever you ask someone to express their thoughts and explain something that they say they know, this is the kind of vibe that I get most of the time. 社長、社長、君はどういう思う What is subordinate? Uka? Don't know what the which accent is. 時間が足りなくて間に合わないって感じですね。Not enough time and can't meet up or make it. Yeah, can't meet up, I feel. Okay. お母さん。どのくらい頭が痛いの? When does your wait, how much does your head hurt? Right, and then 娘、とにかく頭 頭が痛い好きでよくわかんないって感じ。とにかく is what? Like, I'm not quite sure. Oh, just probably like when it just hurts too much, right? It just hurts too much. I don't know. I don't really know. Yoku, really? I don't really know. And then this is felt. I don't necessarily think it's, when I'm reading this, it's felt, not said, kind of thing. That's fair enough. I mean, it's literally feeling, so oftentimes this is subtextual. I almost feel like when I'm reading people's comments and talking to them, this is subtextual in English. Not I'm not sure about how Japanese works this in at the moment. I haven't really been paying attention. In English, I feel it's subtextual now, especially on the internet. You kind of default to this vibe first, and then using more assertive English, which is very difficult now, in my opinion, nowadays, because it's either yes or no. So you go from incredibly assertive to unnecessarily vague, which is kind of this thing. Maybe not as vague as omo. Omo is okay. Is a little less vague. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And then in between we have maybe like te iu, which is like something is saying that. That's kind of my equivalent to English right now. When someone says nothing, like it's said or you think, then you default to kanji. It's a feeling. So if they don't say anything, they're vibing it. Basically, like, I think it's okay. That's the top one, right? I think it's okay. It's like they said this is bad. That's lower. And then it's okay. I feel, which is the lowest. But when they say it's okay, then it's the lowest confidence. It's okay. So whenever you ask someone like, hey, are you alright? Like, 大丈夫です, right? But not really. It's more like in English, it's like, I'm okay. Lowest confidence. And then it's like, well, I think it's okay. Or they say it's okay. In the middle. And then I think it's okay. That's extra effort to say I think it's okay. Because it's, at least in my opinion, it's implying that they thought about it. When you say it's okay, they didn't think about it. I think 9 out of 10 times the person didn't think about it. So whenever they say like, describing, hey, like I asked, how did your test go? It was okay. Probably lowest confidence. And then it's like, I think people said it was okay. That's a little bit more, because on the internet you confirm by the typical behavior is to confirm by using third person, trying to find some other way to confirm it, right? Confirm their suspicions, which is lower effort, but higher effort than the vague. And then I think it's okay. I think it went well. That would imply that they both looked at it from like more than one angle. Very parallelisms with Japanese. That's kind of how I'm trying to line these up in English. Right, like for example, it has a complicated vibe. It's complicated. No vibe, is if someone says it's complicated, then they vibe the complication. I think it's complicated. Higher in confidence. People say it's complicated. Or they say it's complicated in between. So it's complicated, lowest. They say it's complicated. I think it's complicated. Alright. Anyways, this one's neat. I'll have to listen for this. Enders are great. I think sentence enders are great to like pattern after hearing because it's a natural end. Like having all your natural enders and your natural starters really help train the ear to figure out what the unit of thoughts are. And then particles, like particles that end phrases or quote unquote end typical phrases is great too. Then you know like an idea or like some sort of section is being done. That's how I'm approaching listening. Like if there's anything that is helpful, at least personally to me, is when I'm listening to someone speak, if I lose track of where they are or like I lose track of the idea, it's good to know when to me, I use knowing when an idea starts again and an idea ends, or partial ideas are being stringed together. Kind of like that, this one, right? Oh wait, this one right here. Like, you're not gonna have punctuation, right? And this is presuming something. This is presuming that Japanese people do this, which I feel there is a perceptional bias on this. I feel that when Japanese people want to be well spoken in public, they do tend to pace themselves, and when they pace themselves, you see the natural breaks. So without having to see the comma, you can't see comma, right? But you can hear comma, and the hear comma are the pauses. Whenever someone speaks English, that is another presumption. People don't pause and breathe between ideas either. So this is making a big presumption that the people I'm listening to in Japanese, for example, whenever someone listens to like an easy listening thing or someone who's trying to speak deliberately and clearly, you can hear the sections, even if it's one sentence. Like this is just one statement. However, the commas are there for like reading purposes, in my opinion. However, when you listen to it, you'll hear their natural pauses in these areas. In fact, I kind of added a few more pauses when I was reading because I'm grouping these phrases, right? Like, 会社についたら、right? 会社に着いたらもう、right? Like, or 会社に着いたら, and then we go with mo and so on. In case the thing is too long for me to process. So I tend to end wherever their particles are and then start to build up from there. I feel that English can be treated very similarly. In fact, possibly even more often. However, that's not what I come to experience when reading and speaking to people, considering that the major mode of conversation nowadays is written, right? Typed out. Clauses and whatnot are void of punctuation, obviously. And because of a void of punctuation, speaking goes in the same way. So whenever someone describes something, there's rarely a pause between different ideas, right? That was one sentence. However, the different clauses, there was a pause between the different clauses, naturally speaking. When you eventually speak to those individuals, they speak in run-on sentences, which may or may not be something jarring to someone. The messages are still clear. Generally speaking, though, if you spend 90% of your time typing in run-on sentences and run-on ideas, it often translates to the speaking. In fact, I think speaking becomes even more broken, like fragmented, if typing is already fragmented. I think the lesser of the skill output tends to suffer because of lack of practice, not because of lack of knowledge. So oftentimes whenever I get into a conversation with someone, they would say that it is difficult to express themselves, and specifically they're not necessarily talking about writing. However, if they do have problems expressing themselves in writing, then their speaking is substantially and noticeably more deficient than even that. So you get an idea of, it sounds like they're either never sure, they talk like they never know what's going on, right? Like they never know what's going on, and they rarely offer, they can't subtextually read or subtextually interact without being overwhelmed by the act of simply speaking, which I feel is going to be a very relatable experience when most people learn a target language and they speak with someone who speaks that language for the first time. Personally, whoever I'm speaking to, they can, whatever their opinions about me are, I rarely feel that nervousness, in my opinion, on trying to speak a target language, because whether or not you're able to speak the target language, you have to start somewhere. And without speaking often, especially even in English, you do not normalize the skills necessary to learn from that nervousness. I'm not saying I'm never nervous. I am nervous, but I don't allow that nervousness to control my inability, or maybe my lack of finesse to speak a target language. It's through understanding that you can eventually learn through speaking how to speak better, or speak to your desire, basically, and some other person's desire. It's pretty noticeable. I am very curious in the future how much demand there will be for like speaking coaches and interpersonal relationship communication skills and whatnot. Learning this stuff is cool. It doesn't necessarily communicate the feel of things as much. In my opinion, it's easier to remember if you actually do some of these or notice some of these things. At least that's what I believe is happening. It's a lot easier to remember these types of notes and whatnot because I understand in the nuance of another language, English, how this happens. Alright. Mieru. Okay, so now we have our ni particle with mieru, which is to seem. Oh, I wonder how this lines up with mitai. Or interesting. So we got yo. Okay, so we're using yo. Oh. And so. Huh. Oh, and we have a mitai. You can also mitai. Nimieru, primarily written only in hiragana, is a phrase that combines the case marking particle ni, right, sure, with the ru verb mieru to appear or to be visible. This construction is regularly used with nouns. Okay. To show that something appears to be a battle in line, but it may also be partnered with the auxiliary verb yoda or solda, right, to elicit confidence. So yoda would be more confident than solda. in their adverbial forms, yoni and soni, to add a level of uncertainty. Okay, in these cases, it sounds closer to seems. To seem to be a in English. Okay, that makes sense. The yo and the so adding certainty. Okay. Now, where does the mitai come in?
あの雲はアイスクリームに見える。
Okay.
サムの泳ぎ方は溺れているように見える。
Oborete drown? Oh. Obo. I'm not sure if I have obo. That's new. Samu no yogi kata wa oborete iru yo ni mieru.
サムの泳ぎ方は溺れているように見える。サムの泳ぎ方は溺れているように見える。
Okay.
寒そうに見えるけど大丈夫？
寒そうに見えるけど大丈夫? Okay.
あの仕事は大変そうに見える。
Okay.
一人で暗いところにいると何でも顔のように見える。
Interesting. That is like conceptually difficult to understand. 一人で辛いところにいると何でも顔のように見える. Like, it was hard to understand what it was like. When I don't, in English, I would not hear this very often. Like, everything looks like a face. I'm like, what? As with many other Yoda structure, mitai may be used instead. Okay, so you can just straight, I see. This creates the expression mitai ni mieru. While this appears confusing at first, it just means to look like something that could be a. Okay, in this way, it reinforces the guess that the speaker is making. But how does mitai? Interesting. I like how the grammar is folding on itself. So, like, the N5 concepts and then like the early N4 concepts, now they're like combining to each other. So it feels like you can already make these assertions. Like when you're reading, if you combine and see how they interact, they make sense that they interact. So whenever like I see this beginning, I'm like, okay. And then I see these like construction rules. I'm like, oh, okay. I see what you can kind of already know what they mean or what they're going to go for. And even then, I would consistently question. It's like, well, can't you switch this with that? Mitai would be the first thing I thought about the moment I saw mieru.
このコートを着ると太ったみたいに見えるから嫌いだ。
In grammar structure like this, kanji will very rarely be used. Yeah. And at first, if you're like studying kanji only, right? Like if you're kanji forward, this stuff is nightmarish. But then with grammar, it really fills in. So like, kono, that's fine, right? Kono koto, that's fine. Kono koto wo, that's fine too, right? Karu, and then kiru. Kiru then breaks up this phrase. So you have this kiruto, right? Kiruto, and then futa is good. Then you have mitai, and then mitai ni mieru, mieru kara. So this part then becomes very complicated to see because there's three things going on there, but they all blend together because if you're kanji forward, you don't see it. So mitai would have the mi kanji, and mieru will also have the mi kanji. And if you put them in there, then you can see the breakup where the particles are, and then you know that mitai is mitai, and then ni is a particle, and then mieru, and then kara is the other particle. But when they write it in like kana, that has been for a while a growing pain of mine, largely because I didn't really put too much into grammar. Now it's really fun to be able to, it's like a breath of fresh air to be able to see where the ideas naturally end, where the ideas go, where the relationships are, because that's kind of how I construct English sentences too. Whenever I'm typing or professionally writing or writing in some capacity in English, I usually think about the construction of my sentences in this similar way. Like, all right, I'm typing, you know, like it seems, right? It seems to look like I got fat when I wear this coat, so I don't like it. Like, it seems, and then to look like is another clause. I got fat, another clause. When I wear this coat, another clause. And so I don't like it, right? So in English, I still construct very similarly in the way that Japanese do. However, my thing that I really enjoy about Japanese is because, and I've said this since the beginning, is that particles exist. Ni and kara and kono and wo, all of these things mark their relationships. In English, you can kind of have them, sort of. It's kind of a blend. I often thought of English as a blend of pretty much everything, largely because of who uses English, like around the world. So it's often like, it's a blend, to me, it's a blend of Chinese and Japanese, where it seems, the word itself contains the particle. So how does it seem to look like, right? Like also has a particle in it. And then I got fat, and then when is a particle. And like, so all of these things, they're not necessary, but you're wondering like, okay, well, they're not particles. It's like, no, they're not. I get that they're not particles. The idea is you're trying to imagine, how does Japanese, and how can English feel like Japanese and Japanese feel like English? At least that's the connection I'm making. So when I make those connections, it flows a lot better. Now when I read Japanese sentences, it feels like I'm simultaneously reading an English sentence. And then the feeling, at least in my opinion, comes a little bit more natural. Oh, interesting. In grammar structures like this, kanji will rarely be used. This is primarily because it will change the way a native speaker perceives the meaning. Yeah. Many grammar structures are written purely in hiragana, specifically to express that they are a set construction. Yeah. So, and being able to, that's why I said earlier that it feels like you need grammar in order to read the hiragana phrases, like the long hiragana phrases, because they are set constructions. And because they are set constructions, studying kanji will not get you to it. However, I do like that Bunpro's vocabulary list. That's something that I've come to appreciate about Bunpro's vocabulary list. We already gone through, like, James kind of chime in and said, like, well, there's no set, like, you know, JLPT list for vocabulary. In fact, I actually think that's kind of a boon, because Bunpro's approach to logging vocabulary, they log a lot of these set phrases with or without kanji. So like kana and kanji, compound phrases. In fact, a lot of times they would put in the kanji even though there's a note that they are usually written kana alone. So that gives away that they are grammar constructs. So whenever the vocabulary comes up, most of them are phrasic. They are in phrases or set construction in hiragana, but they added the kanji version just because, or when it comes up hiragana, I can look at the kanji reference because they have the jisho entry from that, and both ways. So whenever I allude to this, because in WaniKani, whenever people use WaniKani, they would talk about like, oh, why did you guys put vocabulary, like purely hiragana phrases in the vocabulary section when this is a tool about kanji? It's like, yeah, I get it. However, in the end of the day, you're going to have to know all of it, at least in my opinion, or at least most of the ones that they include. To some extent, the end of WaniKani is a little weird, but for this, you're gonna have to flip back and forth regardless. And if you're writing this, which honestly, I'm kind of curious. When people type, you still have to decide when you're typing. You have to decide whether you use hiragana or kanji. So I'm actually kind of curious if when people start typing, they just simply enter things. Because when I'm reading some of the phrases, I already have that I'm already starting to see the differences, where if you when I'm reading text, like Japanese text, things flow without me pausing on certain things, like hiragana, like this part, like as my grammar improves. However, when someone is learning Japanese and they think, you know, they're fairly confident, and then they start typing, there are places where kanji is inserted, and I'm like, I don't understand what you mean by this. And that deals with this, where if you insert a kanji here, right? If you insert kanji here, which is not specifically for this grammar, but for other examples, where someone would simply use their keyboards and type and then just autocomplete, right? Like, oh, just hit space, you'll fill in the kanji on its own. But the keyboard entry doesn't filter for when and where it's commonly using kanji. So whenever I read someone's phrase, you know, when they copy paste something or auto translate something, I read it and it takes me a while to read it, because a lot of times I don't know what the nuance is. Sometimes they would have kanji where I don't typically think there is kanji, or do they mean something else because they decided to put the kanji there, which is very similar. This is the feeling that I get as I'm learning more and more grammar points and filling in the sentences that I typically read. Now, the sentences that I read from other people learning Japanese is a whole different story. Like, you can now tell, at least in my opinion, I'm starting to be able to tell who is learning Japanese versus who is they're still learning Japanese, but different degrees of learning. Like, where are they? I can tell specifically who hasn't learned grammar, or not interested in grammar, or someone who hasn't written or written Japanese as much as they were trying to listen, or they read a lot of Japanese but have not taken into account the writing grammar. And choosing when to use kanji and hiragana is part of the grammar. Which is really neat in my opinion. It adds an extra layer of depth. I can already hear a bunch of people, to their chagrin, it's like, well, why is it necessary to do that? Like, you could just do this and simplify things. It's like, yeah, in the era of the internet, everything should be simplified. It should be easy. It should be intuitive and all context based, right? So that's fair enough. Like, kind of saying pitch accent, right? And all the others. For me, with or without it, obviously, I have to get used to figuring out what is implied when someone constantly auto completes their kanji and hiragana, just as much as I would read someone's English sentence and the subordinate clauses are all over the place. Like, when someone goes to write something, when I read their writing, it is all over the place. And it sounds like they're speaking their writing, which in English, much like Japanese, is very different. I mean, I'm still like struggling with the sonkeigo and, you know, kenjugo, tenjugo. So I'm still struggling with like the teigos, right? Like the different speeches. But then there's literary writing, and in English, it's pretty abrupt how when someone tries to write something creative, or they try to sound artistic or like kind of sophisticated, they're deliberately trying to be sophisticated. It becomes like as though they're trying to talk through their writing, and it feels like nothing, like rarely any of it makes sense, at least to someone who's reading it. So it doesn't make sense to me. Like, why did you write 3 questions in a row attached with the conjunction? Are you saying that it's any of these 3 or one of these 3? Is this rhetoric? You didn't set up the rhetoric. That kind of thing. So you can definitely tell when writing is seen as the way they vibe in typing. And it occurs very often. Hence why it's kind of interesting to think that people who like spend most of their time speaking and typing, there's a chance that they would have writers and editors that help them convey their ideas in writing. You could make an argument, well, if everyone writes like that, if everyone speaks and have the same deficiency, doesn't it make it so that when you publish a book, right, and you write like everyone speaks, wouldn't it be easier to read? I haven't really tested that. Like, for example, if I got a book, right, and it was produced, let's say it was written by someone of the new generation, like a teenager, right, writing a book, and then we had 2 different groups. We had an older group and a younger group read the book and try to ascertain what the author was trying to say. Did it take longer or harder, like overall, like is there like some sort of comprehension barrier despite different levels of education, right? I haven't really thought about that, because in speaking that does happen, where you could have 2 people talking to each other freely in a way that is quite like incomprehensible to me. Like, there are many times when someone would try to explain something to me, and the way they use English had some presumptions that someone their age would understand, like their line of thinking would understand, and I would not be able to understand it. I would have so many questions, like, I don't understand how you said this but mean this, and how are they related? Like, there's no precedence in the English to convey that. Such a weird intersection right now. And yes, it is very, very, at least in my opinion, easy to tell if I get a chance to speak to someone for maybe like a week or 2, maybe 2 or 3 times, and then see them publish something, if they're using some aided tool to compensate for their writing. Because there's a huge gap between there's a correlated gap between their writing skills and their speaking skills. And usually when someone suddenly starts writing in complete sentences and subordinate clauses, I get skeptical. Obviously, that doesn't mean you can't do that. Like, those people don't exist where they have trouble speaking, but they can write incredibly well, or they can write incredibly well, but speak with problem. That does exist, of course. However, statistically likely that they go in the same direction. It's rarely ever at opposite ends, where someone is an incredible writer and yet they have an inability to convey in speech. We're not talking about nervousness and tone and whatnot. We're talking about conveying using the linguistic aspect of bringing words together to explain something. Usually, in fact, someone who writes really well, they might actually speak very mechanical. They might be a very mechanical speaker. So not talking about like prosodic stress or anything like that, where like feelings and pausing and stuff. We're talking about the actual language. When you're terrible at explaining things, it translates to both speech and writing, in my opinion, because the ideas that they're trying to string together are still one and the same. They are closer, in fact, which is ironic. It's a little bit paradoxical because when someone is good at writing and speaking, they actually do deliberately do two things. People who are able to speak well, also when they write well, they actually write in two different, they typically write deliberately and intentionally different from the way they speak, because speaking requires some nuance that differentiates it from writing. When you see in amateur, at least, someone who doesn't like writing, right, who doesn't like speaking, their writing and speaking are really close together, and then the requirement for writing is a bigger gap than speaking. So what I mean by that is most people feel complacent that if they type a lot, it somehow makes them a better writer. That's not true. It actually leads to a false sense of security. Oh, I type a lot, so therefore I'm a good writer. No, in fact, it makes it so that is a misconception that creates that overconfidence. Like, well, I guess I type a lot, so I must be good at writing. And then you submit a piece of writing, and people can still read without writing well. We've already covered that when it comes to learning a language. You can easily be very good at reading and listening and still be poor at writing and speaking. Inputs and outputs are not coupled together in such a strong way that it immediately translates. So then it's also true when your audience, right? When someone is trying to put out something, which most people will encounter this. Younger people would eventually get a job, right? Or have a profession, I would say. Have a profession, and they have to output something. They have to create something. And then when they create something, if you're speaking and writing, and you're overconfident about it, like, oh, I type a lot, so I write something. So they put it out, and then they get railroad by like, dude, your writing sucks. Like, your writing doesn't make any sense. Why is it so terrible? And then, you go to school, and a school grades you and say like, you suck at, you're below average at writing. It's like, but I always thought my English is very, very good. That's not to say that other people don't have the same deficiency. Is that reading is far more, input is far more dominant over output. So people don't write things anymore. They don't create and express their opinion through collective understanding of composition. They read a lot. So you can read all the English you want. You can read all the chats, all the YouTube comments you want. If you don't make any of those comments, you don't write any of those comments, you don't get any better at those comments. Here's a hot take. There are people who write a lot of comments, but they write the same comments. They rarely explore and practice writing comments. They write the same things over and over again. So output is both subjected to redundancy as well. You know, much like input, if you keep reading the same material over and over again, then there's no learning. Output is if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, then there's no output improvement as well, or change. It doesn't have to be an improvement, it could be worse. So there are no changes when your output is exactly identical. With one asterisk, you can get practice effects, right? Efficiency does go up if you're doing the same exact thing. So there is that for output. I think it's overrepresented. Typically, that's what memory does. Memory is the most overrepresented technique or intuitive or vibe that people get that they think improves. When you repeat something the same over and over again, your retention goes up. It doesn't really go up, in my opinion. It is maintained. So, like, you know, when you're trying to remember something, right? And you just repeat the same thing. This is why output, in my opinion, is misunderstood. If you repeat the same thing, it retains itself across the board. Like when there's an exposure here, and then you're just practicing. That's retention. That's a maintenance. Does the retention go up? It kind of just peaks, right? If you're relying on repetition and memory, it stops. It stops pretty rapidly. So no matter what, you're going to have to maintain it. Now you can try to increase the value of your output by changing something about it, like reinforcing it with other things, right? Like association. That's how you bolster your retention. So your retention, let's just say your retention efficiency goes up when you're not simply doing the same thing. That's the study of output. Not that is all that attractive. I think this working on your outputs and working on how to maximize your outputs is very underrepresented right now. It's not, I'm not saying it's the most important thing, because if it was overrepresented, I would be saying the opposite. Input is underrepresented. Right now, input is overrepresented. And that's, in my opinion, why speaking and writing are incredibly deficient, or they're incredibly efficient. Remember that deficient is not the opposite of efficient in this case. In the case I'm using, deficient is saying below like scope. So I'm talking about the scope that is deficient. So writing and speaking is deficient in its scope, as in you can only write one type of thing. You're very largely restricted, right? I think the word I guess I would use instead of deficient would be restrictions. Writing output is very restricted. Input is very efficient. And because input is so efficient, it actually leads to a restrictive output. So like how people study is incredibly restrictive. It's so restrictive that when someone goes look for efficiency, it becomes even more restrictive. So like when you look at a study, right, when you're trying to look for study, you're like, oh, I know how to study, or I know how to input, right? And then you go look for it. So that means you're already restricted immediately, right? And it doesn't help, in my opinion, that tools online feed into that restrictedness, because tools are targeted to you. So now you are only restricted to your own deficiencies. You are deficient in studying and learning, as in deficient in scope. You know, highly restricted studying strategies. And therefore then the tools that target that should be efficient. Notice where this is going, right? I hear this word a lot. Oh, what is an efficient way to learn? The most restricted way you have learned to learn. The most efficient tool is the tool that targets your restricted studying strategies. Whether it helps you learn a content, that's irrelevant. It will still be efficient. So what is the most efficient way to study a target language? Memorization. And what is the most, when someone asks me, so what is the most efficient way I learn to study? It's not memorization. Memorization is the bottom line. To me personally, and here's a hot take, it's the cheapest form of retention, let alone learning. It's the cheapest form of retention, and it requires a 1-to-1 time. So to me, it's actually inefficient, because I don't train this either. I don't train this 100%. So the people who are more efficient and restricted to memorization, they probably have better memory than I do, quote unquote, better memory than I do. They're more practiced in it as well. So regardless of genetics, right? Regardless of genetics, on average, a person who practices memorizing will have better efficient memorization strategies. However, it pales in comparison to someone who memorizes, analyzes, and creates. Because now you're talking about three things, and one of them gets a really high limitation. Memorization gets limited very quickly. So then you double dip into analyses, which is still very difficult to reach a limit. And then when you combine creation, there's another limit. Instead of limiting yourself to one with diminished return, you can have 3 skills. And that's kind of where the balance is. It's kind of like you're taking 80 or 90% of all 3 skills. That is way greater than trying to get 99% efficiency on one of the skills, especially when they are combined naturally. Or at least I think these 3 things are naturally combined. Unfortunately, in my opinion, or at least to my disappointment, it's rarely these. When I interact with someone, they often say, what's the point of sitting here analyzing this? What's the point of sitting here creating something if you don't know how to create it correctly in the first place? Right? Like, I don't have to create something. I can simply memorize something and be correct. Well, yeah, you can. That involves not analyzing anything or not creating anything. So then when someone asks, hey, whenever I speak, I have trouble speaking. It's like, yeah, well, you didn't create anything before. Like, but I know what the right things are. Like, yeah, when they're triggered and memorized. And then someone's like, well, English is like, I don't get this. I don't understand how I could get the feeling of Japanese. It's like, well, you don't analyze anything. So how do you know the connection in the first place? Right? That's where analysis comes in. the connection between what you know and what you're learning. If you don't make connections, then yes, it's down to memorization. So that fake it until you make it thing, right? That fake it until you make it is the key to someone who memorized. Now, that's still possible. You can still go through a period of dissociation if you want. Like, you can spend a majority of your time trying to dissociate yourself from your English or dissociate yourself from your Western culture in order to associate and assimilate, right? Associate, well, not even associate, just specifically assimilating a abstraction until it feels natural. That is definitely a way to go about it. Rarely do I ever do that, so I associate. Right. I associate before assimilating. In fact, sometimes I associate and decide to compartmentalize. I mean, I don't typically compartmentalize, but sometimes you can. So when you associate, you can still compartmentalize and assimilate, or you can integrate. These are all different words, but I doubt it might be a little bit esoteric here. Like, what's the difference between integrating, assimilating, and compartmentalizing? Compartmentalizing is to keep it separate, which is the ideal case for internet goers. You keep English separate from English separate from Japanese. Assimilate is to replace. So when you keep English away from Japanese as long as possible, then you replace it with Japanese. That's assimilation. Yeah, integration is when you combine them. So you take the parts of Japanese and you combine them with the parts of whatever currently exists. I typically integrate as opposed to assimilate, which means that to other people who don't desire this, I will forever be a foreigner. Well, technically, unironically, you are always going to be a foreigner if you're not born Japanese, right? So take that with a grain of salt. And then compartmentalization is the other way. So usually it's these techniques that lead to, I'm going to say, lead to poor retention. However, or like maybe we'll say high effort retention, or the perception of high effort retention, which is the idea of trying to abandon whatever you know in order to live and immerse in whatever you want to learn, as opposed to forming the connections between what you know exist, like for you, like all your concepts already, and then do that. I don't. Not that often. There are situations, like I talked about code switching. If you code switch, probably compartmentalization, right? I do code switching on a regular basis. I don't sound like this all the time when I stream. At the very moment, right now, what I'm doing at this moment, I code swapped, and then I'm just gonna switch back to my typical how I consume content situation. Right. Anyways, I thought I'd add something today. Okay, so seems. I think that's okay. Let's look at all the notes. So Yoda was the pretty certain, right? It seems, appears to be, but very certain, so it can be added in a way. This focus, let's see, Mieru focuses specific on visual appearance, I suppose, and then Yoda talks about the it's still kind of based on visual, but I guess it can include various cues. That's fair. That's a fair contrast. Kasuru. To give off. This was recent-ish. Both describe sensation, but different usage. Ga suru is used with sensory words. Oh, that particular grammar point. So, I guess the more specificity. Oh, okay. This is. It can also be figurative, in a sense, not that it has to visually resemble. Okay, that's fair. So that's part of the low certainty. General impression doesn't necessarily rely on visual cues, right? And then we have the solni and solna. Right? Same deal. Dashi. Interesting. How does this work? Dashi implies hearsay, right? In contrast, oh yeah, there's direct visual observation versus hearsay. No yoni and no yona. Oh, this is a comparison. Comparison versus specifically to whatever the visual thing is. This is also true for yoni, yona, for certainty. And it expresses like the similarities of something as opposed to based on what its visual cue or something. Let's see. Follows the plain form of a. They both describe similarities in appearance but different usage. This follows the plain form of a verb or adjective that express general similarities, right? Oh, the difference between following a noun or non-adjective. That's interesting. It means look like. The two can be used together, right? We know that. They didn't talk about... Did they? Is there a non-adjective example? I don't recall seeing a non-adjective example. No. No non-adjective. But what do you do? You drop the E in E adjectives. Verbs looks like they use the plain form, I guess. Oh no, wait. They just use the verb in any form. Yeah, any form. No, hang on. I only see this one, which is the plain form. Oh, that's gonna be rough. I think this one's gonna be rough. Outside of using nouns. Okay. Very complicated. The second one's fine, and the first one's. Formal conjunctive expected. So like try another way of conjugating the structure. Because of the phrase, right? Because of the phrase. No kumori. Kumo. Sorry. Kumo. Net. Netsu. Net. って感じ 彼は、忙しそう。
彼は忙しそうに見える。
Alright. Should I do some grammar points today before going into our HanziHero stuff? Today is an important HanziHero day. Let's do some of the grammar points. Like 50 or so, maybe. Okay. Iteru. Oh, hi. Iteru. 水を誰も食べないから。I think I will eat. Maybe like 食べて思う。I think I'll eat. Maybe 食べろ。食べを。No, 食べようと思う。Yeah. Or 食べようと思う。I don't understand. 食べろと思う。How do I do the form, the yo form of 食べ? That was just yo. Or, oh no. Yeah, isn't it? Ichiran is just yo. I guess that's not the structure. Phrase that express when someone thinks that they are resolved to do a. Oh wait, I think I misspelled. Oh.
冷蔵庫に入っているチーズを誰も食べないから食べようと思う。
I misspelled. I missed the. Oh, I keep typing. I keep skipping one of the. Oof. Nuku. As progressive. Like.抜いていった。Oh, just as. Whoops. Okay. Check my spelling. Oh.
服を脱いでいたところに母が部屋に入ってきた。
I did not read just as. Just as there. Speech. マックできる。 うまくできる go well できる oh うまくできるうまくできる contract whether or not 信じしている心配な信じ心配している worry contrastive it's not whether or not if it's some sort of if but がかどうか oops
スピーチがうまくできるかどうか心配している。
できるかどうか愛している What is that? A sentence ending paragraph used when asking for detail, information, or reason. No? That's probably no. Oh yeah, and then noun. 彼女は静かな人なの? Amari? No. Not only, but also. No. Oh god. Oh, that's a different speed. Shibereru. No, shabereru. More polite, possibly. I don't remember shabe. Not only. So we do double negative. Mo in this case is negative. Not only. Or not double. This is negative. It's not. It's probably docket. It has to be a docket. Dakete, maybe dakete naku or something. Dakete naku?
私だけでなく、私の友達も日本語が喋れる。
Right, not only. And then mo is but also. So this is positive, this is negative. Shimashou. 予約に間に合う予約合う try しましょうattempting to do something in the manner of a I was gonna just throw in して or no しましょう is how to try. Is it like yoni? A phrase that expresses attempting to do something in the manner. I still only have sudo. So it's volitional. To some extent. Oh, it could be the Miru thing. Yeah, it could be the Miru thing. I only got Yoni. Maybe it's just Yoni shimashou. Okay.
予約に間に合うようにしましょ
This is kind of actually quite man. Yo is like I almost feel like Yo is like the Yo and Soul are everything. So it's Yoni Suru, so let's try to. And then this is using is it volitional? Shimashou. Gradually? Wait, I wonder if they take JoJo. Sorry, that's from WaniKani. We haven't learned JoJo yet. Could you try a grammar thing that's more casual? JoJo is not casual, huh? Interesting. The only reason I remember JoJo is because of JoJo Adventure, you know, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but WaniKani introduced JoJo as in like gently, slowly. That was one of vocabulary today. And I was like, huh, I wonder if that works. And it looks like it has some sort of politeness difference. Then Dan
近所の人が話している。ともちゃんは最近だんだん大きくなっているでしょ
really went for it.映画にそうだけどright, looks like, but I might be late to the movies. 席がある and this is hoping for someone else and for someone else's sake with the ne and which hope. How do we express hope? Like thoughts? No, it's e. So tohi tohi. Do I need something from that? I don't think so.
映画に遅れそうだけど席があるといいね。
席があると。髪の毛髪の毛が3分 No, 2分 No, 3分 No more than No, I did. Is that implied? Are they doing that just to tell me it's implied? So no more than, like, if I add no more than vanilla. Oh no, wait. Yeah, right? Because that's there's a counter. She not? Nice. Or is it? I think I add. I iri nai. Sorry. Nai. Phrase that shows only exists. Okay. You definitely take the number and then take the verb. Do the nai form. So is that not ire nai? Why do I want to say ire? Nai. Maybe I'm screwing this up. Whoops. ない。
髪の毛が3本しか生えていない。
I'm still not quite sure about Iru and Aru. Still a little rusty on Iru. 子供の頃、スポーツを play. I'm guessing we're looking for Sonkeigo replacement for Suru. And which one was that? Itasu? What is the Sonkeigo for? I think. It can't be Suru. Or can it? Oh no, Nasaru. No, wait, yeah, Nasaru. Nasaru is what we're... As progressive standard, oh no. Like... Nasa... I'm gonna treat it like a ru. So nasata. No, nasate. Nasate. Nasate i. Nasate ita. Itan desu ne. Desu ne. Okay. It can't just be like, oh shit, or like... we try nasate. Okay.
子供の頃スポーツをなさっていたんですね。
nasatte itan desu ne. So nasaru is go done. Is go done, not ichidan. Alright, so at least I recognize that immediately. Gotta remember that whenever I'm thinking of sonkeigo and like the difference between like all the keigos, right, the trifecta keigos, I'm thinking of like replacements. And like if I know what I can do in like tenego or like casual, I can try to figure out what their counterparts are in order to substitute, because that's what I'm thinking of. 東京では many たくさんの OK たくさんの写真を撮りましたか大阪では写真をたくさん撮りませんでした。たくさん。
東京ではたくさん写真を撮りましたが、大阪では写真をたくさん撮りませんでした。
Okay. Oceanic, 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 いいけど wait. Oh no, oboe. Sorry, oboe. To remember. Okay, oboe, and then ni, nikui. Oh, difficult. Yeah. So oboe stem nikui kedo. Oh, okay. Oboe nikui kedo oboe or oboe must. Oboe. Oboe oh no. It depends on which one I'm trying to do. So, what is the new one for must? It uses ba. Or are we using id? We're not using. How do we? A formal hypothetical way to say that something must be a formal hypothetical. That's not switching. It's not switching. It's kind of like oboe, and double negative. So na kereba oboe na kereba ikenai. Oh no, I don't know how to conjugate. Wait, edu can't be treated as. I thought edu and idu. Okay, hold on. Oh no, oboe. I keep writing no. Oboe. Oh, they want negative? Wait. I must remember. Oh, but polite. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. I kept writing no boy. Oh boy. So oh boy and nai, right? Oh boy and not. So oh boy na kereba ikenai or ikemasen because of the.
覚えにくいけど覚えなければいけません。
It's fine. Spelling problem. So it was a need. これは僕 No? What is it? Relative clause subject? Say what? A case marking particle used when the particle ga has already been used. Right, no? You want to soften the tone, right? Okay, でかける oh no, precise time frame. 時
出かけるときは行ってきますと言います。
アメリカンに 帰る。帰る前に、ドルに change. In advance. In advance. Maybe like 帰って直す. I think it's now. So maybe wait, yeah. Oh no, oku. It's oku, not naosu. Naosu is redo. So 帰っておく.
アメリカに帰る前に円をドルに変えておく。
クリスマス犬を買う. I thought it would use a different 買う. That's an interesting 買う. Have someone buy me. Shit. Oh, my. Yeah, okay, I see where the my is coming from. The shiranai thing. Almost shiranai. That's a weak one. This whole phrase, this construct. So buy for me. And it's someone else. So maybe moraru, right? So what? 買ってもらう.
クリスマスに犬を買ってもらうかもしれない。
Oh, I just man. Like wait, that much. So like like to that extent, was it like, oh no, sonnani or something? It's a sonnani.
そんなに日本に行きたいなら行ってきたら？
ここから見る if oh goodness 富士山が全部見えない if which if you look from here you can't see. Okay, so okay, so we have the verb and it's in the plain form of the verb. So can I use temo? Temo requires the verb to be conjugated in the case, so no temo. So we can't use mo. Out of the question. There's no wondering because there's a follow-up clause. Can't use ba because I would need the verb. So the only thing I can think about is to. It's gotta be to.
ここから見ると富士山が全然見えない。
And I have already forgot. Okay, so I do need a da for adjective and noun. And it's stronger than... Yeah, so I went through all of these. I went through ba, nara, and tara are the other options as well. And ba lines up with... And then I ruled out temo as well, which I'm still not quite sure when that is used. Tara expresses both if and when and can describe hypothetical one-time events. That could have worked. Wait, but Tara would require... No. Yeah, they're both conditional. And then Nara would be another one too. O is for habitual. I guess that is expected or an automatic result. Oh, okay, that's what makes it stronger than Tara. Tara is a one-time or assumed situation, implies believe is condition. Or Nara. But both with Tara. I forgot how Tara and Nara differ from each other now. Haiwa is in the beginning. Something that happens habitually as a result. Haiwa, wait. What's Haiwa? What are they? Haiwa is used for more situational instruction. And then we have the ba and to, but they differ. Okay, ba emphasizes the condition that leads to a result. It's also mechanically different as well. Dang, these are gonna be tough. They're so tough. どうぞ食べてください。で I want to say I want you to say
「どうぞ食べてください」って言ってほしい。
文法ね。文法の say what? 問題ね。No. 間違い。Oh no, yeah, mistake. 間違い。間違いをcontinue to fix, like 直して yeah 直してする It says continue. How do I combine it with continue? I kind of thought I combined it with tsukeru. Oh no, I 直して続ける I don't know how to attach. Wait. I don't know how to attach now. Maybe it's just now. Get it. Oh, maybe I do like I don't know. Okay, so keru would, it's probably an ichidan. And then I'm not sure how to attach. I'm pretty sure it's the stem. And now she to get it.
文法の間違いを直し続けてみたらどうだ?
Alright, it's fine. そういう Oh yeah, that's just saying that. そういうことをor just wait. I guess I forgot how そういう works in this. そういうことを言ってくれる just by だけ? Oh wait, yeah. I need the by means
そういう
just
こ
by.
とを言ってくれるだけで君は優しいとわかる。
Can I hear that?
そういうことを言ってくれるだけで君は優しいとわかる。
約束を sorry for breaking. Oh, what? すみません。Okay. Oh wait. Non-past polite. My phrase that emphasized that's apologetic for doing. I thought we just add sumimasen to it. Yeah. Or am I? Oh, yaburu. Oh, yaburu. I read breaking and I just thought of kawaru. Yaburu. I actually don't know yaburu. That does mean break though. That character does mean break. Yabu. Alright. Okay, so then it would be yabutte sumimasen.
約束を破ってすみません。
すぐ冷房をつけてくれない Oh no, it's the it's not, you know, okay, so what was this is very specific and it's probably not going to necessarily come up too often or in my context. What is it? What is the, I wonder, like, kashira, right?
すぐ冷房をつけてくれないかしら。
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 つけてくれないかしら。子供ら No, the pluralization. 子供らが怖 or is that 驚わ怖がらない怖がらないWest. I imagine this deals with this in such a way. So then please Yoni you? Oh, wait, this works, but you can express a request. But can you express a request? Wait, this works, but I request. The heck? What? a slightly formal way to state that something is said or requested in the I don't understand what that's saying. Oh, I can change the ending. You is not you. In order maybe? Or request. A request, what is request? Uses gun. Tanomuyo.
子供らが怖がらないように頼むよ。
Alright. And then what was the other one? Order. There were 3 words that I needed to know. Tanomu and meijiru. Okay, I see what they mean. Time is it? Kimitachi. Wait. Kimitachi. Oh. Kimitachi ga ita kara. Iga ita kara. Koko. As far as Urareta. Made ni. Oh, it's just made. I don't need.
君たちがいたからここまで来られた。
このプレゼントをお母さんに渡す。Please. 渡してください。Different grammar structure. What type of grammar structure is this? A request. Do I just say I touched it? More polite? Oh yeah, I had this problem yesterday, right? We could do something like arimasen. I put des, but it was something else. Can I figure out what the something else is? It's not humble speech. We don't have to do humble speech for this. I don't know what the phrase is. Is it like ageru? Yeah, it's ageru. So it's probably just ageru. Check the tense. Please hand over. Oh, agete.
このプレゼントをお父さんに渡してあげてください。
Okay, agete or kudasai if it was more popular, more polite. Okay, I got you. Oboeru. Whoa. Oboeru saito. Saito ga takusan arimasu. Tatoeba. I don't know. I only have tatoeba. WaniKani da. What other examples do I have, for example? There is another example. But we're gonna go probably tatoeba.
漢字を覚えるサイトがたくさんあります。例えば、ワニカニだ。
そんなに don't have to be angry. おる Standard permit. don't have to be. Well, it's not saying don't be. So MOE would be like permissive, right? MOE. And then don't be angry. So okoranakute mo ii.
そんなに怒らなくてもいい。
I keep asking in a form of a question because I'm actually questioning whether that is correct or not. Tada. But that's the other if. I'm supposed to put something in front of Tada? Wait. There's something that comes coupled with Tada? What comes with... Huh. I have no idea. Wait. Even further. Oh, no, wait. I think this is just, moshi. Moshi?
もし辛いものだったら食べられない。
もし辛いものだったら食べられない。誰 next to each other is really rough for me. 食べられない。誰ない。どっち間 frequency どっち間 at intervals この願い Oh no まずいまずい薬を飲まなくてはいや、飲まなくてはいけない。At intervals. Yeah, every so interval. I don't think it's kaku. Or kurai. I guess we could use like some sort of aida. No. Doko ni. I mean, it could be no. Koto ni. No, goto ni.
5時間ごとにこのまずい薬を飲まなくてはいけない。
Similar. What? What? We are looking for a grammar point with a similar meaning that attaches to a noun after. Yeah, so I...
ハムスターのように口に食べ物を入れた。
Okay. Did you Ato 言っているで what is that? 力 No. 体 体 man. 何悪い悪いmean. Oh, it's kind of like using say. How do we do that? Like ということ。
砂糖がたくさん入っているって？体に悪いということ？
こちらは図書館健常oh it's Ken 健常語健常語 heck so what are we we're doing existence now, right? We're looking for to exist and 健常語 humble exist. Is this Itata? Yeah, Itata Kiru? No, that's receiving. To be can be like no gozaimasu, so just I guess we use de since it's noun, so like de gozaimasu.
こちらは図書館でございます。
De gozaimasu. De because of toshokan. Actually, I'm kind of curious, is it always de? Is it always there? We don't need. Wait, hold up. I think there was an explainer for this, right? It may also seem as is the base form of de plus verb. However, in modern Japanese, this is primarily strict to somewhat quirky. Oh, okay. Okay. So this was the exception. This one's the exception. Oh no. Kenjogo using and okuru 品物は polite will send. So Kenjogo requires oh no, Kenjogo is still humble. So itasu is to do, right? So to do sending, maybe we add itasu to okuru, like okuite itashimasu. Okay. Will send. Wait, hold up. Will send. So wait, unless I messed up. Okutte. No. Okite. I screwed up. Okite. Dashimasu. Okay. A very humble phrase that highlights your own action with those of your in-group. Okay. And Kenjogo is humble speech. Or is it... No, yeah. Humble speech. how do I he will send. It has to be Tasu. So how do I... We will send? That's still like non-pass. Oh wait, I think I need an honorific. Maybe it's like... Oh wait, oh no, it's not Tay form. It needs an honorific, but it's the stem. The stem, so... Oh, wait. Okuri. No, that's a... Yeah. Oki itashimasu. Okuri
品物は明日お送りいたします。
Dang, that's... Oh man, that's gonna be rough. This happened before. I thought it was a Tay form. Okay. Oh, wait. How would I know? So, Itasu is the humble, right? The humble form of Suru or something. So, if I think of it that way, that still doesn't help me. Oh, it kind of does. Actually, it kind of does. Yori wo... While I was cooking. What? 子供たちが入ってきた。While. How do I do while? Like in the middle of, so like no chu de, no ju de, no naka de. How do I do while doing that? It's probably something that deals with Aida or Naka. Go with shiteiru, progressive, right? Shiteiru Aida ni.
料理をしている間に子供たちが帰ってきた。
What are you? Oh, what is it? うつつきをしてから、right? No, 卒業してから仕事は探す concrete plan です。Assertive. So plan is 予定です。No? 予定だ。Oh, no, wait, that's 予定です。
卒業してから仕事を探す予定です。
予定です。引っ越しは、no, that's cool, right? Yeah, 引っ越しはお金が cost くらい。Oh, wait, what is cost? It wasn't Suru. We don't do Suru, right? No Suru. Kakaru? Probably Kakaru. This is a Kakaru situation. Okay. 地図をよく多い or most of the time or well hypothetical. Look. If you look with hypothetical would be like 見れば。
地図をよく見れば迷子にならないからよく見てね。
でね。Oh, this is 直す。私はいろいろと思って直す。Wait, is it not attached to 思wait. 思って直Do I not attach it to the A form? I'd probably attach it to the stem. Then probably rethink. Yeah, pretty sure it's no. Oh no, wait. It's no, yeah, no, omo. Maybe it's just omoi no.
私はいろいろと思い直すことが多い。
直すことが多い。I'm like, my Tay form is now becoming a crutch. 彼女の話は信じる cannot believe. Potential negative potential standard. So like 信じ oh no, is that a 信じられる check tense beta. Wait, check tense. Negative standard potential. Let's check the tense. Oh.
彼女の話
It's
は信
negative.
じられない。
Yeah. Negative. 食べに conditional desire. I think this is just 行きたい what's the wait. Why is 行きたい? Oh no. If and when from when desire. Oh, and that's just implied, right? From when you want to go. It's conditional. If and when you want. Yeah, I think that's supposed to be implied. So. Oh no, maybe not. 行きたいたら check conjugation. Just たら just oh, we wanna wait. Past tense? Oh, right. Oh no, wait. Like tai is treated like a e adjective. Or something like that, like this. Could you check your conjugation? Just go. I'm going further and further away. Wait. I thought it was like just atta, maybe. Oh, ka, not ta.
「もし食べに行きたかったら行こう」
I gotta remember that tai is can be treated as an e adjective.
就職の面接。彼はプログラミングを40代後半に学び始めましたが、スキルがあると思います。
各アカウントの名前はユニークである必要がある。
Oh goodness. In the case, potential occasion, haiwa. Oh wait, I already have a hai. What? Oh no, bai.
遊んでいる場合は危ないことをしないで。
I heck? I guess you could just do like like
歩いて帰るつもりだよ。
seems like casual, subjective. Different grammar structure? How about a grammar structure that's most often heard in conversation? Confident yet somewhat casual expression to highlight the way something looks. Right.
彼はあの人が好きみたい。
彼女は私の気持ちを doesn't really 理解していないと思う。あまり
彼女は私の気持ちをあまり理解していないと思う。
理解していないと思う。正しい、正しい、watch, what is that? Oh no. Oh no! Okay, 時計を買いたい and so on. Contrastive. Emphasis on cause. Ga. Can you include oh right. Gaga. No ga. I don't know. Wait, what's after a e adjective? The heck? What comes after an e adjective? Contrasted emphasis on what? Oh no, wait. No. Oh, is it like... It's probably like... desu ka? Or
新しい
no
時計
desu
を
ka?
買いたいのですが、
Desu ka? There's a lot of examples actually. It's probably like... dakedo... Yeah. dakedo... okay, they take... takeredo... takeredo... desu ka? Deskedo... Gosh. Alright. No desu ka? That's gonna be a problem. I don't know which ones. Toii no de kuruma de iku koto and only negative. Must? Is that why it's negative? So, できて、切って、できて、only. A phrase that highlights that one specific thing is all that exists. I was thinking maybe like, oh, maybe like, できらない、できない、oh, okay. I thought it's like must. I was trying to use a must. Oh, is this this can't be like a Kiru specific thing. I don't think it's a Kiru specific thing. Is it? Maybe like a phrase that highlights that one specific thing is all that exists. What? Oh, maybe it's like shika dekiranai? Dekinai?
遠いので車で行くことしかできない。
東京にバスで Oh, have gone before. Wait. Polite, have gone before, have done in the past? Tokoro, wait. This is a no, it's ita koto ga arimasu. What? How do you past tense? Iku. Ita, no? たことがあります。Wait. Oh no, wait. Am I not? So, yeah.
東京にバスで行ったことがあります。
Okay. Alright, we're good. This 50 is good enough for me. So far, all the conditionals are probably easily one of the worst right now. Like any ifs. I think the Sonkeigo and the Kenjogo is kind of coming along. The ifs though, all the other conditional phrases are kind of okay. Yeah, it is so difficult to know which if and how if. We can't tell that much. The things we can read into are something like if it's a one-time event, if there's a causal relationship, if there are two phrases, what is the causal relationship between the two? Some of the keywords are kind of okay. And then looking at the mechanical tense, so like if there's a vocabulary, like if it's preceded by a noun or adjective, there are different ways to express conditionally based on that. And then there's sensory stuff and inference. So there's hearsay, senses, specific visuals, cause and effect, and then like conjugation, mechanical things. Eventually, I suppose after a while it's gonna become regular just to see them said that way. So you might get used to hearing the phrase over and over again. How much do I like that? I don't actually like that. I'm not a fan. It's probably the same reason why I'm not the biggest fan on memorizing things. So like in terms of vocabulary and kanji in general, I like to know why or like how it's constructed. So I think we're just gonna spend a lot more time explaining over and over again why it's this, why it's that, over and over again. Because I like the idea of constructing the idea of using it. So like why use, I don't know, mieba as opposed to phrasing it in a way that you would add like tada or nara in that situation, or even just do like te, like the te form to create a conditional, that kind of thing. I think that way will help me more construct things than to read something. Reading something is probably going, like if they provided me with a sentence, that's a different story. Like you read it, it's like, oh okay, well I understand what they're trying to say. The alternative is to not know why things are being constructed that way. It's hard, it's difficult to feel like I would prefer, like I rarely ever ask myself, oh well, you know, I'll just memorize the sentence, it'll become normal because I hear the sentence so much. I think, again, my digression today, I stand by my words when I say that if memory is the thing you're relying on through repetition, like, oh, I'm just gonna input a bunch of times, like 100 times until it becomes normal and it sticks, that's the bottom line for me. And I rarely ever ask myself, oh yeah, this is gonna buff out by hearing it a lot more. That sounds incredibly dissatisfying to me. It almost sounds, real talk for myself, it almost sounds highly improbable that's gonna solve the problem. Like when someone says something like, oh no, don't worry about it. If you hear it enough, if you hear the conditional enough, you'll know where to put ara versus nara versus a ba conjugation, and you'll figure those things out naturally by hearing it over and over again until it sticks. And my first thought is, wow, that is incredibly dissatisfying and uninteresting. Not that it won't lead to that, But my first thought is in addition. So I'll probably continue to do this very diligently, like learn about why these are the cases, see if I can find the context clues. However, obviously, I'll get used to hearing where mitai and soni and yoni or yoda, you know, like at the end, like mitai, sona versus yoda, yona, and how frequent stuff is just from repetition. I think anyone who is specifically doing that, in my opinion, if that is your baseline, retention is gonna be so tough, because the moment you stop is the moment you're just gonna not remember it anymore. Obviously, you can start to read books and manga and whatnot, and those will give you memorization, retention. Connecting them to why you remember it is a different story. So like when you read a manga, right? When you read a manga and see the construction of a grammar point that you just read, and then you think back to explaining it to yourself, that is analyses and comparison. If you're saying, oh, I remember this, and then try to remember that manga example, that's just another, to me, that's another exposure. It's not to understand the relationship between what you learned abstractly and the example you have. So that's like, in my opinion, here's an example. Someone, this is a typical what people tell me that helps them. Reading all these example sentences, right? You read these example sentences, you're like, oh, I understand it. Here's the example sentence. It's like, you're not explaining it to yourself why these example sentences make sense with the description above. Like, you're not going through the process of constructing it. So if you read a bunch of examples, that's still not going to help you with construction. You're not constructing it. So at minimum, you're trying to explain to yourself how this makes sense. Like, why does this illustrate, or how does this illustrate the above points? And when you're reading like manga, right, we're specifically focused on reading because this is a reading situation. If you're not spending your time, at least in my opinion, if you're not sitting there like being excited about, oh, now I can explain this sentence, that this is where I come in. Like, I incentivize myself. If I can't explain this to myself right now, like, oh, okay, well, this is a noun, smaho. All right, smaho is a katakana word, which is a, you know, adopted word in Japanese. And then this is the object marker for smaho, right? And then we have skaru. This is actually skau, which is conjugated into skawasete. Volitional, imperative, and renai, to make happen, and question. Wait. Right? Hold up. No, we use the potential. Yeah, and make happen. Potential form, question, te, connector, and then this is a potential, right? Potential of skau. Now, if you're not saying all of those things, then you haven't reproduced them. So like, for example, when I'm looking at this question, it's not saying those things. Like, literally looking at this does not tell you, like, there's nothing written here that say, oh, this is the noun, this is the direct object marker, or like object marker. This is the potential form of scout or to use, and here this is the, what do I even call this at the moment? Maybe I call this the, it's still a potential form, but potential form that is like a companion to morau, right? So, and then this is the question marker. However, this question marker is more like a it's kind of like a request now, as opposed to a question, like more leaning towards requests, that kind of thing. So if you're not reproducing those, then you won't remember, like you'll forget the grammar as well. Not that some people just don't care about grammar. So the idea is, if you're spending so much time learning the grammar points and you're saying like, I keep forgetting the grammar points, it's like, yeah, how often are you using the grammar points, right? Are you actively recalling the grammar points? Some people would say things like, well, I just want to speak and write, right? Japanese, for example. You just want to speak and write Japanese. Well, then you don't have to remember the grammar once you get used to it, right? Like, you don't have to explain the grammar. And if you don't explain the grammar, then you're not using the grammar. So the only time you'll remember the grammar is when you read this again. That's what the iteration is. The idea, in my opinion, is a lot of times when people do their steps, right? And then they realize they can do this naturally, they skip all the other steps. And then when they skip the other steps, then you don't need them anymore. Right? You don't need them. So whenever someone says something like, oh, you know, I can do this now because I did these things, it's like, well, you're not going to be able to explain these things since you don't do them anymore. And that's kind of one of the downsides of, or one of the word of caution when you get advice from someone who is has compartmentalized or efficiency, and they don't teach. Because for me, when someone compartmentalized for efficiency, they're learning and practice. It ends up like this. It sounds like this. Oh, I just read these example sentences and make sure that I know what they mean, and that's all it helps me remember the things. Like, well, yeah, it does help you remember those things, and then you'll forget those things because what you're doing is you're saying you're memorizing them to me, as opposed to, oh, I read them, explain them, and practice the routine of the grammar, right? So then when I ask someone, hey, what is this? Can you explain this to me? They would explain the grammar. They would explain the things that they remember, not what it typically sounds like. Someone will read this and it's like, oh, you said it wrong. You said it wrong. It sounds like this. And I'm like, that doesn't explain anything. That just tells me you memorized this and that's what it's normal. You can't explain this to me. You didn't explain the grammar. You just said it sounds wrong. And I'm just like, okay, explain yourself. Right? It's not a strong case. Generally speaking though, whenever I ask why or how, the idea is like, it's just wrong. People don't say it that way. And I'm like, okay, that's great. Not what I asked, but you know, cutting corners. I think that's kind of what my thoughts are. Like, I don't want to rely on reading a bunch of examples. Not just that. Like, I think it's a bottom line. When you want to learn a language and then you're going to immerse in it anyways, you're going to do all of that. You're going to get a lot of examples and of the same thing. It's kind of like the Duolingo thing, where when someone says, I don't want to see the same like pronoun or the same construction over and over again until I'm bored of it. It's like, well, that is what language is. Like, I say I like 100 times in a single day is a helping verb. You use a helping verb and a pronoun like over and over again. The idea is you think it's boring because you're constantly reminded of what you already know. That is the whole point. If you stop doing that, then it goes away. Largely because that's the only mechanism you're relying on. So examples are great. Construction plus examples, in my opinion, is better. And then construction, association, and repetition is better than any one of those alone. So for myself, that's what we're gonna keep doing. Like, sit here, go through it. Like, okay, well, what else do I have? Okay, like this has a verb in it. That's kind of how I learned English. So you do that, and if you don't want to do that, that is your choice to make. For myself, it's so entertaining. It's far more entertaining figuring out all the things that I do know, ruling out the things that I do know, and then figuring out all the things I don't know or have forgotten or a little rusty, and then keep on doing that. Because at the end of the day, this is an output that is related to the input. So I love doing this part. I think WaniKani, right, using WaniKani and HanziHero, there's none of that. I genuinely love doing grammar exercises over vocabulary. Now, the thing about vocabulary is I've been doing it for a while now. So I've been doing it for over 2.5 years. So I can only make the routine keep on changing so much with a limited scope. So it's probably also because of recency bias. It's fun sitting here just thinking like, well, it can't be that, it can't be this. I can only imagine this is going to get much longer when we get to N3 and then N2. I think there is a chance we're not going to get that far. Like N1 is incomplete, or quote unquote incomplete. However, maybe N2 is also somewhat incomplete. The idea is you're going to have so many tools to look at one sentence or one question or something. And the cool thing is it feels like you're getting able to do it. So I'm like, what if you just do it this way? And eventually, which is what I hope is going to be an activity. I haven't decided how I'm going to do this yet, because this is the year of Bunpro, so we still have the rest of the year 2026 to transition, which is to how can I write this differently. So every time like a sentence comes up, right, like a grammar example comes up, how can I write it differently with a slight nuance change, or maybe capture in a different way? That's going to be my incentive in the future, where you see a sentence and you see the statement, it's like, well, what if I'm not sure? What do I do? So I'm already starting to do that, like the contrast between soni, right, and yoni, and doing the kosoado check on the various phrases that use kosoado. And then we have the checking for the te form as a conjunctive versus the stem, attaching it to an auxiliary thing. And then we have suffixes, prefixes. Sounds like English all over again. Only English is sufficiently different from Japanese that I can talk about English for days as well. Like reading someone's piece of work, I could talk about it for days because English construction is arguably as diverse, if not more diverse, largely because English is a mishmash of rules, right? The idea is that it wasn't curated and preserved strongly by traditionalism, at least in the way the world is now today. Like, you'll find very specific exceptions to pretty much anything in English, which makes it an oddball. However, in Japanese, there are quite a lot of consistencies, which makes the puzzle solving part really cool. Except for today, there's like one exception, right? Like through the change of time, like what was the one? De gozaimasu, right? De gozaimasu was an exception, but in my opinion, if you already speak English and you like grammar, which honestly, very few people that I've ever met in my life that said like, oh yeah, English grammar, that's what I want. That's the thing that got me to speak and write English. That's what I want. It's probably in the minority. I would say like 1 out of 10 people, if not less, would say, I learned English because I like English grammar. So the question is though, if you're telling yourself like, hey, I need to learn Japanese, and a lot of people recommended learning some grammar, right? Like Genki textbook, etc., all those things. You have to come to the realization that if you don't like grammar to begin with your native language, you would have to build habits to want to study and learn a target language with the grammar. So the odd part is whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, they really want to learn a new skill, and I'm like, okay, when was the last time you learned something that you want to learn? And then they would say something like, well, I learned to play a guitar, right? And then I would ask them, so how did you learn to play guitar? And they described on, off, quitting, not quitting, sometimes feeling awful, taking a break, occasionally practicing really hard, then stopping. Then all of those things will happen when you learn your next skill. Like, it's all nearly it. I don't, in my opinion, the learning part, the strategies and habits involved in learning, they're transferable, and they are also promiscuous. So if your best example of learning a skill is you're on and off, you burn out and, you know, go hardcore and burn out and then fall out and in of a skill, then it requires you to work on that. And this is tied into my digression here. My habits are built on curiosity and inquisition. So this does not get old because I have developed a habit to like this stuff, not the fact that you like results. Because results, that's going to be a mixed bag. So I do believe in when they tell me, when someone I'm speaking to informs me like, yeah, I only acquire skills depending on if I vibe with it or not, or if I can vibe in the, you know, the skill. It depends on the skill. If the skill ends up becoming easy and I have a natural knack for it and I'm like a bit talented, or I find it easy, then I would keep the skill. And I'm like, all right, then pick Japanese, do it for a little, vibe. If it's not, my advice is quit. Just quit. Because in my opinion, the person described to me what they do. They vibe and then quit if it doesn't work. They vibe. If it does start to work, they'll stick with it until it doesn't, and then they quit. So you don't make things work. You simply vibe the things that do work, even though the vast majority of things won't work. because there's no problem solving involved, right? There's no critical thinking involved. So that's pretty much where I'm sitting right now. I'm starting to get pretty consistent at thinking about what to say to people or occasionally interact with people when it comes to their learning habits. It's usually the learning habits and strategies that are, in my opinion, holding the potential back from people than the content itself. Like, the nature of Japanese being hard is masked, in my opinion, is masked by all the inconsistencies of their learning strategies. So like, I didn't see Japanese as hard. I was curious about if there are any differences and routines that I would need to develop in order to acquire Japanese. Not the content of Japanese. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it matters to me less than those who try to evaluate Japanese's difficulty based on what is there versus what they can do. So like, oh no, Japanese has 2,000 kanji and it's an entirely different system or script than English. I'm like, well, apples and oranges, thank you. Like, that's an apples and oranges comparison. But if that's daunting, then don't do it. Like, that would be my honest, upfront thing. If you think it's daunting and you haven't started yet and you don't understand the way you start and mature and do things as you're doing it, don't do it. Move to something you can, because if you're unable and you keep telling yourself each and every day, oh, why does Japanese have to be so hard? Or why does there have to be kanji? Then you're not learning anything, in my opinion. You're creating excuses in order to drag yourself down. So you pile up more and more excuses. Like, man, reads are so frustrating. Like, for me, I'm like, oh, I got that wrong again. I wonder what I can do, because that's the way Japanese is. So let's go find out how to make it useful and learn, right? Learn. So every time I make an error, it's like an opportunity to find a clever way of working with it, not ignoring it or avoiding it or deflecting from it until it piles up to the point where you have this like self-destructive relationship with learning Japanese. For the record, most common response that I've had when I ask someone, oh, so what happened? What caused you to quit studying Japanese? Self-destructive cycle with Japanese. But it's not because, in my opinion, of Japanese. Like, what I mean is the topic itself. The topic itself is not malicious in any nature. It's the person's habits. The person's learning strategy is what creates that self-destructive, burning out, churning. That, in my opinion, is a greater, if we had to make it a competition, a greater contribution, right? You can swap Japanese up for mathematics, for physics, for dieting, for calisthenics, for going to the gym regularly. Now, I have met a couple people who don't have habit formation problems. I would more likely believe them when they talk about the differences in the objective nature of comparing a script and a verb, because they no longer have the underlying problem or the underlying deficiency of learning skills, like skill learning in general, just the process of how they go about acquiring, I guess, intellectual education, right? That's not the main problem for the younger people that I've met. And you know what is very concerning to me is that is what, in my opinion, most people are convincing the young audience or people who are interested in language learning, that is their problem. Oftentimes, like it's kind of like the fitness area, fitness content creation 10 years ago. It's no longer it's sort of true still now, but not as true now, largely due to a lot of time. 10 years ago, it would be, oh, it's hard. These are what you have to do. Here are all the content you need to do to create, to lose weight and, you know, do this stuff. Nowadays, it's about building habits, creating routines, and learning how to spend consistent time creating. Like, consistency is king, that situation. So it's talking about the behavior and the process. I think language learning is still in that middle ground. Language learning is certainly increasing in its trend because of cross-cultural interactions, especially for Japanese, right? However, the emphasis is incredibly misaligned, much like the crash diets of 10 years ago, the life hacks of like dieting and nutritional advice. I think language learning is still on that area where everyone says like, oh, here's my app version of maintaining all your habits that you can't do yourself and you can't even normalize because you don't even know what a good habit routine is, right? Hey, here's my app that combines all 5 of these tools in a schedule so that you don't ever have to schedule and know if you're on track. You simply have to believe my tool. I think the very basis of that is what's happening. And sure enough, if you ever click on the WaniKani and the Bunpro section of like, hey, what are other resources to do? The principle that works, that aligns all of the tools, you know, like what tools work, what tools don't. The major driver for the tool that works is that they're compensating for your ability to schedule, create habits, and then have incentivized drive to learn the content and then iterate on that content and integrate new sources of input and encouraging the person to intellectually explore. You can take the Japanese out of those apps and put in a different topic and it will still be successful, in my opinion, largely still be successful. Because regardless of your interest, the foundations of creating a habit that you want to do is, in my opinion, arguably stronger than even your interest. So like, for example, getting a job and doing a job that you don't want to do. The heavy habitual incentive and routine can still outpace, oh, do you like it or not? So I hear this quite a bit more as a kind of like an excuse of when someone, I ask them like, oh, so why Japanese? Or like, why did you choose that? And then their answer is like, oh, it's because I like Japanese and Japanese culture. I'm like, well, does that mean that you can't learn any other thing without having to like it, right? Because there are going to be a lot of things that you do in the process of learning Japanese that you may not like. And I think that's one of the underlying crutches. You're assuming, a lot of times people are assuming that when you like something, you're going to like the entire process of doing it. And one of the biggest quitters, like quitting factors or bottlenecks in learning a language is learning a language, not what the language is. So the most common answer whenever someone says I'm going to learn Japanese is I like Japanese culture. That's not the process of learning a language. It might be like 1/10 of it, or it might provide motivation for you to do it. However, the motivation is the fuel source. It's great that you have a source of motivation. Now, how are you going to use that source of motivation in order to acquire so many things that you probably don't like because you didn't talk about them, right? Someone says, I like Japanese and I like Japanese culture. That's not the same as I like kanji I like writing kanji. I like constructing sentences. I like speaking. I like writing. I like communicating between different languages. Those are more relevant to acquiring a language. Liking Japanese media and culture is your reward, right? It's the reward, it's the end game, it's the incentive that's driving your motivation. The ideal case is it's both. You like the act of learning a language or the process involved in learning something, as well as getting involved and immersing in Japanese culture and Japanese language. Most of the time, though, the angry people who keep accusing me of wasting my time for being enthusiastic about talking about learning all the time. Right this moment, this example, they would say like, put the fries in the bag, Maku. Like, you're making a big deal about nothing. You just gotta grind through and learn how to do this so that you can get to the good stuff, get to the real stuff. If I had $1 for every time someone told me, oh, now you're doing real things. Like, I literally had this conversation. When I play a game and it happens to be in Japanese, someone might come by and say, oh, now you're actually doing real Japanese. You're actually consuming real content. All of this is real. All of it is real. The person that's talking to me is only viewing a small portion of what constitutes as satisfactory or useful to them. So my life, I don't think of as, oh yeah, I spend 90% of my time doing not real things and then spend 10% of the time doing real things. Like, oh, my job isn't real. I spend 90% of my time doing job to earn money so I can get to doing the real thing. Like, the real thing is the hobby or the thing you like. All of it is real. Being good at your job is real. Being good at your job also produces more real money. More real money gives you more real time with hobbies. So that, to me, and again, it's not something unexpected. I think the younger you get, the more and more likely I get that comment where someone says, why are you putting so much time into something that you're just going to forget and not use ever again? That's the point. I'm not going to forget the process of doing this and coming up with my routines and my mnemonics and stuff. You are going to, because it's not important to you. You don't care about the process enough to see or try to empathize with me about why the process is important. So that's a different story. You are entitled to not think what I'm doing is a big deal. You can't convince me that what I'm doing is not a big deal to me. So that is kind of the game changer. So whenever someone says, hey, what should I do about why do you find this always so interesting? And I'm like, why don't you not find any of this interesting? Because if someone told me they spend like 2 or 3 hours every day on Anki to learn Japanese words and kanji, my first thought is, I really do hope that you spend those 3 hours and most of those hours will be interesting. You develop an interest in it and you can do it, because I think life gets a lot harder, and life skill and all of that gets a lot harder when you spend the majority of time thinking, man, I can't wait for this to be over so then I can enjoy something later. In my opinion, the harsh reality is you're going to need those things, and you're either going to learn to enjoy them or you spend most of your life not going to enjoy them, which will take up most of your time. And for others, I mean, you can convince yourself too, like, hey, I'm finally fluent in Japanese. Now I get to throw away all the grammar and all the other stuff. It's like, okay. I mean, it is your right. I wouldn't. the first thing I would do is I would go back around and I would go talk to other people who learn Japanese, because now I can be of service, as in like I can make more value out of all of my tribulations, if there were tribulations and mistakes and whatnot. And that is the focus of all of this digression, which also paves into what I'm about to talk about in HanziHero, because today is day 500 for HanziHero. So we're gonna do all this yapping thing later in the day. Right? Anyways, that's what I wanted to talk about today for like the Japanese section. I think it is incredibly sobering to find how often someone says they like learning and I hear they don't like learning. They do everything possible to avoid the process of learning in order to magically get skills and results without doing the work. And the internet made it very potentially an easy target to target those people. So if you're one of those people who see learn Japanese in 2 months and you're like, hot dog, take my money. It may work. I hope it does. For myself, if it takes 3 years, 6 years, the rest of my life, I'm gonna at least enjoy doing it. And that's not because it's Japanese. It's because it's learning. So I can substitute, or at least in my opinion, I smile about the opportunity to learn something, not what it is. And even then, if it just happens to be something I really like, that's extra. Like learning Japanese and Chinese is extra. I could be learning French. I don't know. That's fine too. When I get incentives, it's always extra. If you don't have enough of that, then I don't think learning things is for you. Cruising, vibing is probably more substantially satisfying. Whether that's enough to solve all your life's problems, I would be negligent to tell you that if you don't have any critical thinking or problem solving skills, that your life would just go smooth. No, I would be very irresponsible to tell anyone that life doesn't require critical thinking or problem solving skills in the form of learning for anyone. So I would be pretty direct to young people if I ever have their ear. You need, like, it is required that you develop sufficient critical thinking skills and problem solving skills through the process of learning as you grow, as you get older and older. So start, like, encourage yourself to do so. All right, anyways, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, exchange ideas, experiences, keep each other motivated to learn, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第500天。It is day 500. We have a special thing in the evening to do, which is our tentative take. It's been a while since I've done one of these, so we'll get to that in a bit. We're gonna try to do at least our character reviews before we get into that. I think I kind of organized most of my thoughts for today. We'll get to that in a bit. This part has been about an hour, I would say. Let's find out. We'll be a little bit more brisk today in order to make time. The tentative takes will be about 4. I'm gonna keep it within 3 hours. What? It's not a cicada? What's it, a cricket? Okay. Alright, we got 3 freebies.
勇
Qiang, okay. It's the exception. I think I can change this. Whoops. I will probably change this to relate it to Kong, right, for empty. Add it. Okay.
心 沾
Like, how do you do it? Like, look upward? Oh no, this is verbose. Verbose is part of the looking upward. I think we kind of turned that into a... Oh no.
台 尾
It's pregnant, I think. But what? Ooh. It's yin, pregnant. That's the. No, it stole for fight. Not Ned, but Dracula. No, Rue, rest. Sun. Oh, wrong tone. Sun.
乳
Oh no, flower power.
力
Okay.
豆运鼓枪
What? How in the world? Hmm. Oh goodness. I was not in the neighborhood on that one. I think this is the only character with those. But we couldn't make it about. Or is that we're doing scepter? Okay. Hmm?
妹
Mung, mung, fiercely.
漏 猛
Dang it! I thought that was membrane. Way more for coffin. Okay, so in itself is coffin with a dollhouse. The container dollhouse, but more is membrane. What was membrane? It might just be. Oh, it's the. It's part of the body. Referring to membranous things. That should be. Okay.
Bow.
Oh no, what type of bird is this? Okay. Shang. Leftover. Kinda looks like leaf. Oh, way. Not way.
零。宝。墨。张。
Oh no, I can only think of roll. Oh goodness. What is the corridor? Young. Oh no, it's not. Oh no. This is not young. This is core for the wide. Although it does look like corridor. This is corridor. Or it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's silver or a copper or good guy. The altar is the thing that I have to actually I can probably change the bottom. Shrine and hill is doing right for sincere. So we can add something in the bathroom of the office. He was commanded to sincere effort to widen the Jack's bathroom. Make some hills for a shrine dedicated to Bowser. Employee. Barely shape. Why contributions? All right. This is trade. No. No.
路。帽。
帽。
伞。尘。
It's either ornament or a sign of the dragon, I think. Okay.
雷。抡。
Ah, that's J. That was totally way off the mark. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it.
阔。绝。
What?
猛。
Oh no. Mongoose? No. Python? grasshopper. You either know or you don't for now. I think this is Zhong. Or is it Zhong? Tong. Smart. Oh, right. Right. Actually, we could write something else with this. Possibly. Yeah, that's why I think of Zhong. So silk. Okay. Red is overall. Oh, can line it up with onion. Okay, hearing, onion, I got you.
Zao.
It's long or draw near.
Su.
Or going upstream. It's go against too.
Wu. Ren.
Ow! It's owl. Sorry, owl. Grasshopper is probably the weakest of the bugs. The other grasshopper too. What was it? Jaw. Jaw is the other grasshopper.
Ta. Ting.
Thunderbolt. Okay.
Wei. All.
What? It's not. Oh no! Wait. It's more for Jasmine. I got them flipped. Wei is Wei is the other way around. Blooming tree.
鞋
Ah, Fei, heat rash.
训 哈
Oh no, who or tiger stripe? Oh no, wait. It's who? No, Biao. Oh, wrong giant dude. That was incorrectly encoded the first. Gotta adjust.
胜
Had to remember to adjust.
费 张 标 辽 唱
Oh no, this might be discontent. Oh no, okay.
灭
Besmirch. Dude, besmirch is so weird. I can't even spell besmirch.
葱 墨
Wait.
叉
Oh, go, not go. Go. Oh, that's monkey. Or yeah.
生
What? Oh, 4? No, it's Hoang. Shop sign.
图 耸 晃 展 拢 丝
Oh, not hiss. What is another utterance? Horse, yeah. Horse, like voice or art horse. Oh, really? Oh, no, this is lung. Panic stricken. I miscoded this. So, it's Jiao. Okay, it's the wrong, like, location. It's coding.
宗
Palm tree. Dirt. Hmm. It's not a lie. Is it? No. It's like ta, okay. Or otter. That's a tough one. Gotta rely on people.
停 愣 批
Good old default to
够
just the sound itself.
景
Awaken into the you.
直
Oh no, wait. This is Ge Yen for short wall.
圆
Uncle spray.
熟 糗 懒
Were they growing in the olives? Okay.
黄
Focus. Ah! Oh, it's Chen. Qing, not wrong location. and person. Ting for capture. We're capturing the foul. Finger. Yeah.
见
Weirdest one.
底 踏
Hun for snore.
行 落
Not long-winded. Is it long-winded? I don't think so. Oh, it is long-winded. Okay, I thought maybe black. Oh, this is yo for black. Yo for black. Off the right.
憨 有
Alright, cool. Not bad. Pretty painless today. There's some couple wacky ones in there. Alright, now our graph is starting to flat out because we don't have any things anymore. Alright, so that's a wrap for our review today. Now we're gonna go into what I prepared for today, which will take like 2.5 hours to 3 hours. I'm gonna try to keep it to 3 hours. It's day 500, so naturally every 100 days this will be probably the last tentative take. Possibly. I don't know how far we're gonna keep taking HanziHero, but we still have one last chapter with HanziHero. And before I go do that, I'm gonna take a quick break. So let's go set up for the yapathon here. Do this every 100 days. Let me set things up quickly here. Why aren't you? What is going on? All right, I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick break before we hop right into our tentative take. So I'll be right back. All right, folks, it is that time again. It's been another 100 days. So, we are starting with another tentative take. And this will be the second time I'm trying the new format. So, bear with me because the last 2 months, April and this month, May, which is we're at the end of May, I dispensed with the monthly projects, largely because high volume, very high volume. So we'll go into that more often. We're attempting to do a new structure here. So let's go over the usual spiel. So this is what I call a tentative take section. Tentative takes. And to go over some really quick bullet points, this is to serve as a summary, retrospection, right? And they often happen for long projects that exceed 1 month. These are typically yearly projects or longer. And that's about all we're gonna say about these. And then let's go into so the first section, these are broken up into 3 sections. We have the factors section. So this is where we talk about metrics, the metrics that are largely considered objective interest, and they're usually built relevant to the thing that I'm doing, right? That's the new section that we're trying to work on. And then we have the second section, which is the archetypes. And in this case, we're 500 makes it very convenient now. So we talk about the archetypes that we're going to use are probably going to be the efficiency learner, right, and a completionist. Actually, efficiency learner and maybe like I'm gonna say kind of like I don't know what you call it. Let's go with, we have the consistency / completionist situation. And then we have the efficiency, maybe even cost effective person. So those are going to be our 2 archetypes that we're going to frame things around, that I've come to be very accustomed to talking to. And then lastly, we have personal, right? Personal. And that will typically deal with my, we're going to talk about some routine stuff. Routines, current state, and future. So typically those are how I separate things. I separate things based on the most objective thing, then interpretation of the objective factors, the archetypes, and then put in my personal statements. So what are the factors? The factors help me frame things. So of course, we have to, one factor when it comes to HanziHero is characters, right? Characters. And it goes from, obviously it goes from 0 all the way to 3,868. Right? That's kind of one of the big deals. And we're gonna skip over components. Maybe within this, guys, we also have to we're making also the personal assumption that there's the cover of 74 sounds and 506 components as a given, right? As a given, because these are not rate limiting. And then lastly, we have words. We'll say vocabulary. Right, and this goes all the way to 5,204. Okay, so those are the two biggest factors in HanziHero over the 500 days. The number of characters and the number of vocabulary. Now, we also have other things like lessons per day. So obviously it can still go from 0 to technically 20, and then there's an exception. There's 40 jumpstart. And I'm not sure if this is clear yet. I haven't really, but this might be having something to do with a lifetime license. So I read it somewhere in a response, but we're gonna keep it this way. It won't become relevant to what I'm going to say about myself personally. So that's a very common factor, lessons per day, right? And then if we have lessons per day, we have review per day. Now, obviously it goes from 0 all the way to all the way to 0 to, I'm gonna say probably around for the 20, we're gonna say approximately 200 at the higher end. Right, that'll be good. And now in terms of other decision making, there's also, this is kind of somewhat of a binary choice. However, I'm gonna phrase it this way. there's a binary choice here of traditional or like simplified. Versus traditional. It's a binary choice, but I'll talk about it a little bit in a way of leaning. And then what else do we have? That could be, that is relatable in terms of we also have HSK. So like in this terms, we're going to talk about coverage. Coverage is a big one. And coverage in terms of HSK. And obviously this goes from 1 to 9. A little bit about that in a bit. Then there is time. So time. That's let's see, we're gonna say time per day. And we're gonna use minutes. So we're in minutes. And that's usually, obviously, anywhere from 0 to, we're gonna put a timestamp for my personal reference at 120 minutes. Now, frequency. There's also frequency. Days per week, right? And it can vary from anywhere from 0 to every single day, right? Till 7. I think overall, these are the things that can, may want to also talk about accuracy. We'll talk about accuracy as well. This is a trick one, right? And this is going to be in percentages, right? So we have 0 to 100% naturally. There's also, because of accuracy, I would say we're gonna say mnemonics. So kind of mnemonic retention, and that's gonna be a percentage as well, because that's one of the major aspects of using HanziHero. So these are the things that I'm going to talk about today. I think all of these would be the main reasons that I think would be relevant to cover whenever someone asks me, hey, would you recommend HanziHero? And these would be the type of things that may be related to it, right? So let's get into our archetypes here. So we have archetype. The first archetype I already written on the side was, we have the efficiency, or not the efficiency, we have the consistent person, right? The completionist. So we have the consistent completionist. And then we have the... I don't have enough room. Write it over here. So consistent completionist, CC, right? Versus the other archetype that I've encountered. And obviously archetypes are meant to represent a large majority, like a anecdotally speaking, or like observationally anecdotal. This is how I create my framework of, are you leaning towards a certain side, so I can like expedite some of my commentary or suggestions. And it's not to be exhaustive. These are non-exhaustive things. They happen to be the two most common archetypes. So we have the consistent completionist and the efficiency, which includes cost, right? Cost is an efficiency. So whenever we talk about these little like things, like what do consistent completionists would expect, right? They would expect to complete all of the characters and all of the vocabulary at minimum. Now, when it comes to consistency for the completionist, I would say the most reasonable would be the default 10. And then when it comes to reviews per day, because of the 10, you would average about 100 reviews a day, plus or minus a bit around 100 because of accuracy. I would say a consistent person's accuracy would be pretty much around maintaining around 80 to 90%. So like, and then this would be 100. This would be 10, right? And that would be all of it. It would complete all of it. And when it comes to the consistent completionist, I think generally speaking, they would lean towards traditional, because traditional is outside of the stuff. They would lean towards traditional because of the completeness of writing. So completeness of script. Basically, it's more likely that you can reduce the traditional characters to the simplified characters than going the other way around. So when I've encountered these people, they would say it's easier to simplify than it is to decorate, right? To expand. So when they tend to lean towards the more complicated characters and then go through the steps of simplifying. Then we have coverage. Obviously, you would lean towards the entire coverage. And then for times of days per minute, I would say a completionist, when it comes to that, no more than, I would actually argue probably at least close to 2 hours. So like maybe anywhere between probably like 90 minutes. And then obviously every single day for the consistency, their accuracy already mentioned, and mnemonic retention. This one's a little tricky when it comes to the whole completionist thing. I would say mnemonic retention is still one of the few not greatest things, because it's very subjective. So I would put it at an above average, so it would be like around 60%. What I am qualifying as mnemonic retention is the idea of taking what mnemonics is offered and using that as the aim. So how often do people resonate or find the mnemonics useful in HanziHero? I would say even for a completionist, someone who's eyeing at retaining all that information that they're either buying into or something, 60%, 6 out of 10 times. The other 4 out of 10 times the mnemonics whack, they would discard it, right? So that's kind of how I talking about these things. Now we have our golden child, the efficiency peeps, right? The efficiency peeps often, when it comes to characters. Oh, and we have to make a personal situation here. These numbers are based on the traditional course. I believe that simplified has less, largely because it's simplified and it's also secondary. We have to keep in mind that Kevin and Phil or Mars are biased towards Taiwan, and they use traditional as opposed to simplified. And there are fewer characters in simplified, so we have to keep that in mind here. And my only experience is traditional, which I'll reveal in a bit. So now let's go back to the efficiency guys. Efficiency guys, I actually think would be approximately we would get to about here. This is where the efficiency guys would stop. This is about 1800 characters. That's when it covers HSK 1 through 6, the formal ones. And then for vocabulary, that's kind of a hot take. I think oftentimes it would gravitate closer to trying to get all the vocabulary words. Largely because any vocabulary is good. I would give it about like 3,000. At least one for every single character. And in this case, maybe even double that. So my thinking is probably about trying to find 2 instances for every character. When it comes to lesson, efficiency will obviously hit 20. This is where we would talk about the limit, where it's probably going to be 40. Efficiency people will go to get to 40 or even plus. That's kind of an argument most of the time. And then when it comes to review day, obviously it's gonna eventually reach a steady state of 200 or 400 if you do 40. So we'll put a 400 mark here. When it comes to efficiency, usually it's a lean towards simplified, largely because of pragmatism. Chinese, simplified being used for Chinese speakers, mainland Chinese speakers, versus the lower application or like a number of people, right? Because we're talking about efficiency here. And then when it comes to coverage, they would stop right in the mid. It's actually when it comes to this number line, it's about here, which is to stop at HSK 6. So you have HSK 1 through 6. And time of day, usually no. In fact, I actually think people think that they would spend 30 minutes doing the stuff, which ultimately that's not what happens. So the here I would do an asterisk, right? It would be expecting 30 minutes, but likely it goes up to an hour, and it's due to their practice. And I would say their accuracy would be they would expect their accuracy to be here, but typically the accuracy can tank anywhere to like 60%, all the way up to there. And mnemonic retention, I would say mnemonic retention is about like 20% tops. Maybe they find that there's a chance that it can go up to like 40% for use case, but usually ditch the mnemonics right away. And then for days, obviously efficiency would actually, this is where we take an asterisk. So efficiency would be here, but it would be, there's a chance that's multiple times a day. And that's not an option here. So that's why this is going to be a stickler right here. They want to do it multiple times a day. However, on HanziHero, you can't. It's on a 24-hour clock. So it would be capped on itself. So this is what I would say what people are looking for when it comes to the standard archetype. Now, I can make some commentary. In most cases, you can see that in terms of character is good, right? We have this is a selling point. So we'll put a check next to each selling point. So characters are great because it covers both, like very standard. That's actually one of the goals. It was one of the goals of the developer to cover character coverage. And then when it comes to vocabulary, not so much, because vocabulary is incomplete. On both cases, not that sufficient, largely because there are characters that do not have vocabulary words, etc. And that has it's a common, I guess you could call it a common complaint, but the idea is it's incomplete, as in there's still time to complete it. And when it comes to lessons, the major criticism is on the side of the efficiency people. The efficiency people want go faster than 40, which me personally, faster than 40 is too much, far too much. This is too much. To be very trite about it, like or maybe to be very short with it. It's too much for me, and too much for most people, at least in my opinion. So when it comes to lessons per day, it's a check mark, as in if you do 20 is sufficient, like it's at the upper end. And if you have the lifetime, I think maybe if I read this, hold on, let me figure out for sure, because Phil, me see. Oh no, that's not the one. For users who are trying up to 40 a day, it is. I'm sorry, for users wanting to try out the system or up to 40 days. Anyone under rank. It's anyone. Oh, it's for anyone under rank 3 or has a lifetime subscription. So this is only temporary. So the jumpstart is only limited to under rank 3. So less than rank 3, which is very quick. Under rank 3, or I'm guessing lifetime means forever. Like, what I mean is you can do it, you can do the jump start. We have thought of increasing the jumpstart max limit beyond 40 lessons. But it can be frustrating to limit it to... Okay. So we're gonna... And then lifetime question mark. Unfortunately, I can't really comment on this because I didn't use the jumpstart. As a foreshadowing. So it's still too much. I think 20, it's a big check mark for including the spectrum of studying material. And in my commentary about this is because this is done as a way to be a supporting the idea of supplemental tool. So you're expected to be doing something else with your time while you're doing this. So if you're going to max out your time on here, then you're not doing something else. So then it would no longer be supplemental. It'd be primary. But this is supposed to be supplemental. And then vocabulary, the argument is incomplete because the focus is characters. So I'm writing all of the typical FAQs that come up on the forums or whatever activity it is. And obviously character coverage, usually the one of the it's very good. It's actually in excess of the efficiency. So this covers really well because it's in excess. It's actually covering more characters than your typical ones, which you can then find all the obscure ones later. More on that in a little bit, actually, because I need to... My routine that I'm adjusting for the next coming months is to address the extra characters. The dominant character is around 1800, I would say. 1800 to 2000, one would be perfectly satisfied with using the base 1800 to 2000 in order to discover the others in case-by-case load. So reviews per day. Now, this is also extrapolation, and I believe this is very satisfactory because this then translates to this amount of time, which time... plenty of time to fit its supplemental role, right? This is not to serve as the primary source. Now, when it comes to simplified and traditional, that's kind of a tough one, right? You have the China simplified, and then you have outside of China. Right. So those are the things you have to think about, and I might as well fill in what I have done so far in my oh, I forgot about days of completion. That's an interesting thought. That could be another thing down here that's involved. No, we won't worry about that. I can probably talk about it in some way. Sure, we'll say days of use. Maybe total days of use. That goes into purchasing. Also, purchasing decision. So obviously, we start with 0, and we can put it roughly. Well, I'm gonna put it at roughly 500 because that's where I have ended so far, like up to this moment. So let me talk about where I am. So we've reached the end. So we've covered all 3,868. That was my intent. So it lines up with the completionist mentality. But generally speaking, I had intended to cover all the characters. And the vocabulary is very close. We still have 102 left, but it is unceremoniously going to be complete. That is the intent. And when it comes to lessons per day, I ended up doing 20 lessons per day at the cap. However, originally when I started, it was at 10 per day. So this was the start. I'm gonna say anywhere from, it's kind of like the first 100 days. Then from 100 to now, we stuck with 20 lessons a day. And when it comes to reviews, this is where it gets a little weird. Typically, I would say we ended up averaging about 150 reviews. And you can see that it's short. Now, there is something to be said about this. It's actually not averaging 100. It averaged around 100. Now, it can get up to 150. Now, the reason why, even though having 20 lessons days and then anywhere from 100 to 150 at the high end, right, anywhere between here, is because when it comes to accuracy, I dispense with accuracy. So the way I do it is to make to get it right and push. So we use reform as a way to push. I don't keep track. I don't use the system, the SRS, to do leeches or anything of that. I get it right plus reform. We do get it right or reform by adding reform from addition, which I'll talk about in the routine in a bit. So, and then for me, mnemonic retention has kind of dropped a little bit. So mnemonic retention is about 80%. So it's higher than usual. And it's because mnemonics are integrated. They are integrated to my personal mnemonics. So in most cases, the large majority of the mnemonics have merged and integrated with my personal mnemonics. They're not compartmentalized. Generally speaking, I would say in both cases, or my impression is people have largely either discard or compartmentalized. They either make their own mnemonics and ignore the existing mnemonics, or they ignore it entirely and make their own mnemonics. Those are the two cases. It's either 0 or 1. So in my impression of these two situations, it's a binary decision. You either reject or accept. And I did not do that. 80, I rejected, well, I did reject some of them. That's why it's at 80%. However, most of the time, it's an accept because they are integrated into my existing mnemonics. So without them, my existing mnemonics would be missing. In fact, I would argue it goes as high as making an argument for 100%, because I wouldn't be able to write my personal mnemonics without their mnemonics system. So I'm at the very high end. And then when it comes to total days of use to cover the characters and the vocabulary, I would say it's pretty much roughly 100%, 50 days, 500 days. For me personally, that's nearly every single day outside of 5 consecutive days for a thing that I had to do. So if I added the 5 days, it would be pretty much around 500 days, roughly. And I would say for a completionist, right, we have to also, it would be around 150 days to get, so those two would be it. And for the efficiency person, it's actually even shorter. Hang on, let me try to. I would say it's probably gonna be around like 200 to 250 days, right? But it's leaning towards the halfway point. So 200 days would be when an efficiency person would be like, I'm good enough. We'll go and move on from HanziHero and discover the other characters on their way, right? Now, let's get back to the usual thing here. So, for myself, I did the same thing. Or my argument for traditional is that I would use the traditional in order to then integrate simplified. In the same way, although my decision was very clear, I was gonna go traditional, then look at the relationship with simplified. There are other motivations, because this might sound weird, but I'm American. I also post content on, on American servers. So like Twitch and YouTube are American companies. And the idea is that despite people using simplified Chinese when they type, actually a lot of times traditional is the form that is outside of China. I don't interact with Chinese servers very often, and China is kind of excluded out of American things. So when I travel to China, that would also imply that I would need to learn and integrate simplified. So I start with traditional and I will integrate it into simplified Chinese. Largely due to the convenience, extrapolating from traditional is something that I've accepted, as opposed to starting with simplified and trying to figure out the traditional. There is also an alternative reasoning, Japanese, right? I am also reading Japanese, and Japanese leans towards the traditional characters than the simplified ones. There are obviously simplified characters in the Japanese script, but it still leans towards traditional. Okay, now when it comes to coverage, we go for everything, and this also includes in both of these cases, it also includes a bunch of non-HSK stuff. In fact, 7 through 9 is kind of up in the air, so this includes non-HSK stuff. I would imagine a completionist would also do so apprehensively. Now, it's every single day. Yep, consistency is king. However, I planned specifically only one time a day. One time per day. I don't believe in more than one time a day. So while I lean towards consistency is doing the routine once a day, not multiple times to speed things up, not break it up into multiple times a day. I had no intention of doing that. So it's always consecutive. So up here, the reason why I put it at 2 hours is because I nearly also consistently was at 2 hours, maybe between 2 hours and here, and it's always a consecutive session. So when I go to do something, I'm not taking like 30 minutes to do something and then do my thing, do whatever, and then come back and then do it for 30 minutes. I do the task once per day, not multiple times to speed things up or multiple times out of convenience. It's one session every single day, consistently. In terms of accuracy, I've already mentioned we manually track our get it right, reform, add routine. So the reason why I don't keep track of accuracy, technically I don't keep track of accuracy. The reason it's assumed at 100 is because I don't go over mistakes by reproducing the mistake and seeing that the mistake happens again. We do something periodically, incrementally over time to address the retention issue, not the idea that I'll rely on the same piece of information over and over again. This is something that I think I deviate directly from. So when it comes to accuracy, routine development, which we'll go into in a little bit, routine development is obligatory. It's non-negotiable. If you're not developing your routine in order to address your accuracy, or have a routine that embellishes whatever it is that to allow accuracy to go up, then we are not on the same page. And I think in my personal opinion, the typical archetype is that they rely on repetition, on memorization, on exposure, repeated exposure to iron mistakes. This is my assumption, and I think the vast majority of people rely on multiple exposures and repetition to overcome retention and accuracy issues. I do not rely on that. Greater than 80% of my accuracy issues are solved by routine development. And that goes with whole mnemonic development and the consistency stuff. So that's kind of the very quick breakdown of the archetypes. I think if I had to look at this, if we wanted like a population distribution, if we split this up in 100%, most of the time the people that I meet, I would say 20% of them would possibly share more qualities with a consistent completionist, and then 80% of them are efficiency people. So in most cases, whenever someone talks to me and asks me like, hey, do you recommend HanziHero to me, and I would ask them questions. Well, I can't blanket recommend anything to anyone without knowing what they are. So I would ask specific questions, and all of these parameters, these factors that I'm listing here, are where I start. So I ask them questions and see where they fill in on these things, if and more. These are the most obvious ones. There are nuances, and typically the vast majority will fit into the efficiency things. This is my understanding. If I want to, so my most experience is with 80% of efficiency people. So what are efficiency people? They want to minimize length, so the number of days to completion, right? They also want to minimize perceived effort. So minimize effort in order to get the highest return. So maximize return. I know I'm simply describing efficiency, like what is efficiency? You're trying to minimize the energy used in order to maximize the return. However, this is worth, to me, this is worth clarifying what I mean by efficiency. So minimum number of days to complete, and then this also means that you want to minimize critical thinking, and also routine development. So it's not about learning how you want to do things. It's being told that something works, and then you do it and it just works. And then you do it more and more and it just works. Doesn't matter how it works and what you're doing and like how it solves things. The trust is you do it and it works. So this is my common experience with most people. How do I know they're efficiency people? When I ask them, hey, so why didn't it work the first time? They would say, well, maybe it just took too long, right? Things just took too long and I just kind of got burned out. Efficiency. Because there's no need to think about why your routine broke down and your return wasn't good enough to minimize because of your minimal efforts, right? Oftentimes, routine development requires an extra input of effort that is not dictated by the tool that you're using. So there are plenty of signs. Most of the time, obviously, a person is a balance between these two things. These would cover like more than 50% of all the aspects of someone that I talk to, and they would trigger most flags on efficiency. Efficiency is the most rewarding type of learner right now, I would say. I think it is related to the whole idea of gamification, entertainment, the hustle culture of the internet. Cue my like 2 to 3 hours of random digressions every single day whenever I talk about learning strategies. Efficiency is king right now. Psychologically, it's the most comforting and welcoming type of archetype. So if I were to say, is this going to be attractive to you? I would say more than 50% of the time, yes, it would check the boxes, right? Because I forgot to continue checking. So coverage is good, right? It minimally meets all the day requirements. It definitely over exceeds on mnemonics, so you are going to ignore the mnemonics actually. And obviously accuracy is, I think the people who are speeding through things, typically their accuracy are sufficient. I don't hear where someone says, oh, I'm getting too much wrong because I want to go fast. It's not gonna happen. And then within a year to cover the 1800 characters, that is very attractive. Like saying 200 to 250 days of consistent work for 1800, I think that's really attractive. In fact, a lot of times efficiency people would argue that's too slow. They would be too slow. Sorry, have to ban a random bot. Looks like Twitch is not doing that very well. So typically, if taking all of these into account, I would recommend HanziHero most of the time after hearing how the person answers my questions. So, not to say this is completely accurate all the time, the idea is I'm more inclined to recommend HanziHero for people I meet in this environment. So, right, I stream on Twitch and YouTube, and the people I encounter are during my sessions, whichever sessions. WaniKani is also an SRS, and so is Bunpro. So all of these are over the lifespan of HanziHero is over the lifespan of me doing SRS 90% of the time. And the attractiveness of SRS blends to efficiency. Now, do I have any particular gripes with things? This is where you have to take my personal things with a grain of salt. So, personal disclosure, right? Personal disclosure. When it comes to, if you're asking for my opinion, which people don't typically ask for my opinion, they ask for recommendations. There's a difference between how I give recommendations. My recommendations is based on the person I'm talking to, not my own opinion. So, like, it's more taking into account the person's opinion in order to provide them with the information, and that's the information are the facts. As in, I know how long it took me. I know how many things are here, so here are all the factors. They don't change regardless of who I am, right? Most of these factors do not change. So I take into the factor of that other person. However, when someone asks me what's my opinion, do I like what are my thoughts? Do I like HanziHero? And this is a big disclaimer. And usually, people, I would say people like me are not that exciting to be solicited for like advertisements or stuff. My disclosure is I make it work. If a tool doesn't do it, right? I find it elsewhere and I integrate it. So when someone says, do I like it? I'm like, I learned something, so I like it. I typically like things that I do. So I choose to do things. Oops. I choose to do things I will like. Not that I know I will like it beforehand. I choose to do the things in order to end up liking it. So in most cases, it's a moot point when someone asks me, how you liking HanziHero? And I'm like, I like it. If you're asking me, what have I learned from HanziHero, then I can explain it to you. Like this stuff. This stuff is what I'm trying to do. So whenever someone asks me, what are your thoughts? This is what I would share. I would share something about this. When someone asks me, is HanziHero my, is the best to learn, is HanziHero the best way to learn Hanzi? I wouldn't know. I'm not focused on what's the best way or what's the worst way. I'm focused on what can you do with it. So effectively, most things I can do something with it and it will reach a sense of my satisfaction in order for me to like it. So not really a question I can answer too well. All right, now with all of that aside, this is what happened. So we reached the end at the 500 mark. We reached the end of our lessons. We no longer have any more lessons. So from a personal standpoint, now we're going into the future stuff, right? So coming in from the future stuff, we no longer have lessons. Lessons that were made, right? Dev lessons. Developers lessons. Right? So now we're entering into another area, which that involves me to start a new page. So let's start a new page. So now we're going into routines. My future routine. So future. Since we have no lessons, what are we going to do? So starting approximately like beginning of June, so next month, right? June 2026. We're going to do several things, but first let's go over our routine. So our current routine. So the current routine is, let's go over our current lesson routine. Well, we'll go over the lesson routine first. So lesson routine. Right, that no longer, we don't have any more of these. But generally speaking, when it comes to the lesson, we see the character, right? See the character. And typically, then I would look at the radicals. Then I would check for, from the radicals, right? What do I do when I look at the radicals? I would look at associations. So we would look at any existing characters, character meaning, or reads. And then we would read the mnemonic. Right. This is where we get the mnemonic. And we have to evaluate two things. Are there do I have personal mnemonics? So personal, basically personal radicals. If there are personal radicals, then I would proceed to do the rewrite by integrating the personal radicals. This is kind of like, to give you an example, this is Dollhouse. However, I've converted into a container. So if the mnemonic has substantial number of personal radicals or personal characters, then I would proceed to rewrite it. This is based on, and I can do it very quickly, but not all of them get a rewrite. It happened more so near the end, largely because we were nesting characters and read. Then after that, that's it for lessons. when it comes to lessons. Vocabulary, now, sometimes if it comes to vocabulary, right, this is for the characters. For vocabulary, largely look at both characters. Or more than, look at the characters. And we create a tether to them. So it's not, I don't do any of the radical studies or anything. We take the characters, combine the meaning. I'm not going to go over most of these in detail because I've gone over them many times over before. Combine the meanings by outputs. And if I'm looking at the characters and there's a problem, right? If there's a problem, then if I don't recognize it, it actually goes back up to this routine. So I see the vocabulary, I see the characters. If there is a problem, a recall, right? A recall problem, then it goes up to the original routine of the characters, and I would reevaluate the radicals and then create and check the mnemonic again. So in all cases, when I look at a vocabulary word, I look at the characters, and I can't combine the meanings by outputs, as in I literally say this character means this character means this, together they mean this, and then before I go and read that one, so then I'll look to confirm based on whatever the developer, right? The developer's interpretation. If it's not good enough, I would go back to my original routine for characters, check all their radicals, update the mnemonic, right? So that's how lessons go. And then when it comes to reviews, right, now we have reviews. Reviews would come up, this is a word-based thing. So typically in the last like 2 months, the last 60 days, it was character centric. However, this applies to vocabulary as well. So the basic routine, which I've covered in greater detail as I was developing the routine over the last 500 days, like the previous ones. The idea is we start with the intuition check. So basically this happens in the first like 30 seconds. Intuition check is specifically, do I know it? We just type in whatever it is. And oftentimes, right, if it's correct, then we proceed to the next one. Now, if it's incorrect, when it's incorrect, we would then look at the characters, right? This is regardless, characters or vocabulary, because their vocabulary will have characters. And we would look and confirm. So we would confirm the meanings. So we take, actually we would confirm the sound first. So we confirm the sound. And then when we confirm the sound, I would confirm the meaning. Then I would test it again by going back. So this is technically intuition. So however, intuition and then follow-up test. upon error. So then we go back, and if it fails again, I would go through the characters, vocabulary, the sound, and the meaning again. And usually it's about 3 times, right? It's about 3 times. Then if that fails, what happens is when it fails, we go back to our character routine. So if it fails again, I look at the answer. So I go back to the characters, the radicals, and the meanings, and then confirm. Look to confirm. And that's the routine in a very as quick as possible way. So no matter what I do, when there's an error, I go back to confirming the characters, looking at the radicals, and then adding and rewriting, integrating the mnemonics. In every single case, when there is a troubleshoot, right? When I hit a kind of any type of like a failure, right? Failure to recall kind of accurately. Not a failure to recall. So 100% of the time, the whole goal is to recall something. So the goal is always to 100% recall something related. Now, when this leads to a So when this leads to something of a failure to recall accurately, 100 most of the time, the goal is to aim for 100% annotation or addition of information. Usually associated information. And most of the time, I would say realistically, this was sufficient for greater than 90% of all characters. And when it comes to words are treated differently. So words, I'm not going to really talk about words at the moment. I feel words come from like sentences and whatnot. So that's a little bit of a tougher read. But generally speaking, the words have a different loop, right? However, you could kind of say it's probably will translate to 90% of all characters and words. They're related in their routine loop. Now, that says 90%, right? So 90% is not 100 or higher. So what do I do about the others? So we did come upon some things that we want to do in the future, and this will cover this gap as well. So, future routine. And this is kind of addressing a few things. Construction. So far, most of the stuff you know, 100% of the activity is through recall, right? Recall or recognition. And that is usually in the form of input. But future routine has to focus on some sort of output. And this output, I want to naturally inform inputs by association. And what are the things that I want to inform by association? And that's typically sentences, which leads to grammar. We have to consider some sort of grammar. Now, while this is doing it, need an incentive. What is the incentive of the future routine? We have a bunch of characters, so there's at least, I would say, 10% of characters that do not have an instance of a vocabulary word. Right. Now I want to accommodate all of this. So I want to create construction and output in order to produce input by association for sentences and grammar in order to bridge that. And then also cover the greater than 10% of characters that do not have vocabulary words. So our future routine now is using a beta. So we have a beta function, which is the final thing that is still available to try out. So the beta function, and the beta function is the dictionary. I need to come up with a routine to use the dictionary. So the dictionary is, we can look in a database. We can look in a database and then add a word, add words of choice. So we can add any word. Hopefully the database is everything on words. So our routine in the future is, we're still going to continue to do our reviews. So there are, I didn't include this in the other page, but in order to master a word, which is not becoming relevant yet because it actually only recently started happening, to master a word, as in master a word, remove it out of rotation. It actually takes approximately 500 days without error. It kind of started at the beginning of this month, so if we are going to be, we'll say 450, approximately 450 days. So right now there are only like 10 characters that are mastered. So first, my first routine of the day. So my first routine of the day is I randomly I actually look through masters. That's going to be the first thing. Look through mastered characters. And what I would do is I would check radicals, right? I would do the same routine over here that I set up here. Check characters, right? So I'm looking at the master characters. I would check the radicals and confirm mnemonics. Whether it's their mnemonics or my mnemonics, confirm mnemonics. Now, then we will, if the mnemonics are fine, then we're good to go. Right? Then we proceed to doing our reviews, because our reviews still carry all the other characters that are not mastered. So reviews, these are non-mastered. Now we're not talking about vocabulary words, so non-mastered characters. Then we would go back and do this cycle, right? Check radicals, confirm mnemonics. Now, if the mnemonic fails, right? So if the mnemonic fails, when we confirm, if it fails, we're going to go into the dictionary. We're going to go into the dictionary. Well, confirm the mnemonic first. Then we look at words. We look at the words associated words, right? If there are no words, so we can confirm the words, right? And this would then, we are going to write a sentence. Sentence construction. I haven't come up with a routine yet for sentence construction. We're gonna have to fill that out. It's gonna be a combination of using cross-references, maybe like translation devices. The idea is we're gonna do sentence construction. So this is gonna be the focus of the next couple months, or the next month. This is the focus, our focus routine development. And I'll talk about that after day 600 or something at some point down the line. This would be what we're going to be focusing on. Now, if there isn't, now there is a separate branch here. Now, if there are no words attached, so no words that are associated, right? And we're going to go into the dictionary. And then add a word. Now this then would provide going back to our sentence construction. And that's what we're going to do. So the goal now, and how would this plug it up? So it would, there is a very high chance that these characters up here that have no vocabulary words associated with it, they will likely be weak. And because they're weak, they will prompt a sentence construction. Which requires that I go back to the requires that I assign a vocabulary word to it. So that's what I'm going to do for now, for the coming days. This will naturally get me into a larger routine. So for now, I want to emphasize something that is typically what in my opinion, can create traps for efficiency seekers. When you move too fast and you assume that you can move that fast all the time and everything works out, that's when you derail and you have to backtrack. I move smoothly, or I try to speed up gradually. I'm a consistency person first and foremost, not an efficiency person. If you can triple your time, like triple your savings immediately, I don't go ahead and do that right away without understanding all of my fail safes. So for this is the next step. Alternatively, someone could argue, well, can't you just look up all the characters and then check all the characters that don't have vocabulary words and go and farm and mine a vocabulary word and then write sentences for them right away? No, because if I understand what the characters are and I can solidify the characters, I don't necessarily have an incentive to look for a vocabulary word and construct the sentences. And I can probably organically see them in context and figure them out. Now, if they're not recognizable, that incentivizes me to look for a vocabulary word in which I can make meaningful strides first to address all the weak characters and sentence construction. And notice that I also, in this routine, this doesn't mean I'm not going to look for, this routine also adds vocab words to existing characters with vocab words already. The idea is to solve my character weakness. Again, I've already emphasized that the main focus of HanziHero is the characters, not the vocabulary. However, I want to bridge and do a new routine using the feature set. So the goal is to reinforce all the characters while incentivizing the construction of sentences that allows me to integrate the use of grammar, the incentivizing of grammar. And then this focus routine right here, the sentence construction part, will be the topic for, I guess, the day 600 or the concluding whatever I decide later down the road. Like, when I conclude, I will have a sentence construction routine out, be it like an integration of, I don't know, AI usage, or I would come up with something at some point. And this is gonna be happening. Where I'm gonna start is being decided in the next week. So we're starting at the beginning of June, right? So this gives me about a week, actually probably like 4 or 5 days. We'll say 4 or 5 days to decide on a working like sentence construction routine. It would be probably something as simple as I enter some of the keywords. I think about some of the keywords I need to use. So a simple routine right now would be something, okay, there's the character. I think about, so the character is the problem, right? So then I would look at the words that already exist, like associated words, and I would think, can I make a new sentence? Can I write a new sentence? While incorporating new associated words. Associated words / characters. So that means that my new sentence has to include new additional words through characters. So for example, if my character is 家, right? It's a house. Well, I can include different types of houses. If there are different types of houses, then it would incorporate different types of materials for a house. Like guanja, right? Guanja as opposed to like a mujia, right? Mujia, like a wood house versus a brick house or something. It would allow me to associate other things. Now, with that, if there are no words, then, if there are no words associated, then I would look at the dictionary that's in HanziHero and pick out words to write the sentence. And then I would cross-reference it with something, which now I have a list of words, right? I haven't written the sentence yet. I would list those words. Then I would find something that may generate a sentence or have something, some way of checking my sentences, or I can write the sentence, like add the variable, like the verbs and whatnot, connect the sentence. If I can't do that, which I probably won't be able to do that with confidence in the beginning, I'll input these words into a generator, but those words are the ones that I consciously picked. So when I consciously pick those words and I put it into, like, I don't know, Google Translate or ChatGPT or something like that, then my focus would then be, once I put that into a routine, I would focus on the grammar points that I'm missing. As in, when I ask, hey, ChatGPT, can you create a sentence using these specific words? And then they would pump out a sentence, right? Then I would look at that sentence and look at what's missing from my words. Like, how did they connect my words with the rest? And the rest often will deal with grammar, because to create the sentence structure, you typically would require how to structure those words around them. And that's kind of my makeshift routine right now. For the first 4 or 5 days, for the next 4 or 5 days, I'll kind of decide on something. And then in June, that's the starting point. That will be the starting point of what we do. And then soon it'll become like, it'll develop into its own routine at some point. Now, will that routine be carried forward? It probably will. And the reason why it's carrying forward like this is because that's what I'm doing. This isn't coming out from thin air. This is a deconstructed, different way of approaching with Bunpro. So on the Japanese side of things, the way I'm integrating WaniKani, which is kind of getting near the end, into Bunpro, it's a different direction. So all these steps I'm already doing these with Bunpro in a different way. So what we're going to do then is to compare and contrast which approach, like the two different approaches. So I'm getting at the same relationship between WaniKani and Bunpro in a different manner. So now I'm doing two different routines. So HanziHero continues to be a different routine, but the goals are still similar. They still engage me in a certain way, but the approach is different. The process is different. The goals are similar, process is different. WaniKani and Bunpro will continue to do that. And now I will have two things to talk about, because I mean, this is where we end my talk here. Basically, I will have another 500-day review, or like a 500-day tentative takes for WaniKani soon, in another like 6 days. In fact, WaniKani's 500-day review is probably at the start of June, if not on the last day of June. Wait, what's today? 495? 1, 2. It's on the first day of June. Or on the second day of June. And I want them to compare and contrast. I'm not in the department, like, for example, just like what I said about my criticisms about efficiency seekers. We're not trying to maximize, like, min-max the number of routines that you use for learning. I'm trying to explore and holistically generalize my routines. So none of this I'm going to use one routine, the best routine, and that's all I'm going to practice, and then hope that it applies to every single thing so that it is fast and I never have to learn a new routine. That's disinteresting to me. So we have to keep in mind the major goal in my interest is to explore learning methods, explore processes, different ways, different problems lead to different solutions, different approaches lead to different development cycles. And to me, that is what's important to me, because in the future, if I ever want to be an instructor or someone who could produce a product, right, like to help people, and I didn't say sell a product, but to produce a product, like willingly in my life in some time in my 40s, I want to be as diverse and dynamic as I can, not as specialized and restrictive as I can. I understand that other people say, well, there's no point in competing with, there's no point if you're not specifically good at this very specific thing in order to compete with someone. Like, well, that's fine. I'm not selling my product. I'm not competing to cut my own niche. The idea of learning is holistic. In fact, there might be a chance that being a holistic learner is actually the reason problem solving, critical thinking skills are exceptional. So I don't know yet. I can't predict the future. Does holistic problem solving and holistic experimentation and inquisition lead to an optimized critical thinking and problem solving skills? That's my current narrative. My current narrative is that efficiency, online targeted algorithmic inputs, which is pretty much 90% of most of the people that I've met, whenever I ask them, oh, what are you consuming right now? What are you doing right now? It's usually based on some sort of targeted 90%, greater than 80% at least, 80-20 split, right? Greater than 80% of their input comes from some targeted source. And that targeted source is due to efficiency and convenience. Now, that is great when everything works. It is horrendously deficient and almost negatively, almost catastrophic. Not my words. Actually, most people would say they're just really depressed and chronically distrusting and cynical and feel like failures. Those are the consequences of a time when the thing you are really efficient at is so restrictive that it feels like you have no other choice. So what do? You double down and do the same thing and proceed to be miserable, as opposed to thinking outside the box every once in a while, iterating or innovating on your ideas. So critical thinking and problem solving skills. So for myself, that's how we're gonna go about it. My HanziHero is moving forward in this type of routine. Bunpro has already set some of these stages with WaniKani. So my 500-day tentative takes in less than a week from now for WaniKani is going to look very different. WaniKani is going to be serving as a reference, a secondary reference to continuing with Bunpro. So WaniKani is actually going to be phased out of like being a major routine, but more it's going to be an encapsulated routine that complements Bunpro. So more on that in a little bit. Like, so effectively WaniKani is serving as the dictionary role, as HanziHero is serving as the having the dictionary feature to reinforce. And then we're constructing sentences as opposed to constructing targeted information on the Bunpro side. So we'll compare and contrast those in the future for 2026, because Bunpro grammar and Bunpro, or grammar and sentences, are actually the focus of 2026, and not necessarily character reading, vocabulary and stuff. I believe that I can confidently, conservatively say I've retained at over 80% of 99% coverage of both Japanese and Chinese characters at this point and their overlap. So now moving forward, we want to keep on trying to retain and maintain that coverage and improve on that coverage while expanding into grammar and sentence reading. And it's still completely focused largely on reading and listening. So while I'm speaking every once in a while, I'm going to be reading some of these things out loud. That is not my focus on being accurate. Like some people say, oh, your tone is a little weird, or your pitch accent is a little weird. That's perfectly sufficient. It's fine. We're getting into the habit of reading, speaking, and constructing. So writing and reading, writing is further along because of the dominance of reading. And while that's happening, occasionally I'll still play a video game that jumps right into your quote-unquote real content. The efficiency argument is always, hey, you're jumping into real content. The only thing that real things do. I get this all the time. Like, all of this is real. It's not like studying grammar is somehow fake. I don't understand that type of mentality. Knowledge is knowledge. So somehow, here's my very direct rebuttal to people who project their insecurities. Personally, I think it's a projection of their insecurities. Like, they have to convince someone what is more important. Whenever someone comes to you and they make a comment and they try to impose an importance without solicitation, or impose an importance that contradicts the person they're talking about, it's usually projection. They want to be convinced that whatever they think is real, efficacious, and best is confirmed or being acknowledged by the other person. That is the large majority of my interactions at the beginning, when it was very obvious that I recently just started learning Japanese, or recently started learning Chinese. The first comment is some person who feels like I'm lonely, or I don't have any viewers, or kind of like, oh, let me just show this person and show them that I know Japanese and Chinese, and let's talk about telling them about the ins and outs, unsolicited advice, right? However, that unsolicited advice comes at a very obvious projection. They think certain things have to be a certain way, certain tasks have to be done certain ways, all the benevolence, right? Like, the intent is, I'm not saying they're malicious, their intent was honorable and sincere and trying to be helpful. Like, hey, watch out for this, I fell into this trap before, watch out for that. And I accept those things, right? I acknowledge and thank you for your consideration. Now, would they stay to hear and observe what I actually do? No, they don't. They typically leave, right? And then I never hear from them again, and they might feel good about themselves. That's how I know they are projecting. Usually, projectors only want affirmation, and they are rarely around to find out if the reality was true or not. There are people that I've met over time that may or may not have developed their skills over time. I haven't really met anyone that has joined this journey with me, like full send. However, now that I'm more seasoned, like I have more experience under my belt, I have met some people who have started their journey, and it would be really cool to collect and understand how they went about it. And I'm able, with this approach, like with diversification, I am able to at least empathize and understand some of those things so that we can share the journey together. So that's kind of my priority. Being efficient makes you unrelatable, in my opinion. Only to the select few. That's what being efficient is. When you become efficient, you are also efficiently unrelatable. You are only relatable to the people who commit to the same amount of efficiency. So oftentimes when we talk about specialized tools, that is the same principle. It's not a bad or a good thing. It's an understanding of your consequences. If you are min-maxing your things, then you will only be relatable to min-maxers of the same specialized thing. That's kind of like a very popular topic that I digress to would be fitness, right? If you're using if the things that you're using, right? You can use your imagination, like PEDs. Being able to understand who you're comparing it to, what parameters the person is working, that shows how specific or generalizable you are able to be relatable. When you are at the peak and you have min-max certain things, you are unrelatable to most cases except the very specialization that you have. Learning for me is a lesson in where I think diminished return caps learning. That might not be true. Who knows? Like, there are still learning gurus out there that say there is only one most efficient and min-max way of learning. My life experience have not taught me that, and have not even got me remotely believing that to learn is to restrict yourself from learning. Right? It's a paradox to me. Like, the best way to learn something is a paradox in my head. Like, if you're thinking there is a best way to learn something, you have literally reduced your learning capacity to that one thinking. Like, to learn something is to entertain the idea of something to be learned. So if you're habitually saying there is a best way to do something, then you habitually learn less, because there is less things to learn about if you're constantly thinking there are best things. Now, I can say this differently in order to make it sound, like less like boring. There are better and worse ways to learn something over time, and it is the pursuit of constantly doing better or worse, because you don't know if changing something makes worse or better. That is the secret sauce to learning, problem solving, and critical thinking. Best and worse is a lower limit and an upper limit problem. It makes you think there's nothing more or nothing less. Thinking better and I guess worser or lesser, like better and worse, like in a degree way, that gives you unlimited access to constant motivation to learn something, because you always presume that there is more to learn and more to change for better or for worse. Not because you've learned the best and now you don't have to learn anymore. So that is my conflict of interest with these, like, it's getting close to 2.5 years now, right? We started 2.5 years ago. And before that, I spent most of my years learning in science, and that's the very same thing. Whenever you think you know everything, that's when you stop learning. I don't think I've ever surrounded myself with people who says something like, oh, I've learned everything there is to learn about this. This is the best way. Like, it's not the best way. It's the most appropriate way you can come up with at the moment, with the existing body of knowledge you have and the existing experience you have. So That is how I operate. I always love science for that reason. So for me, it feels like I'm not preaching to the choir. The choir tends to preach to me that it's a waste of time to solve problems if there's a pragmatic, efficient way to do it already. I'm like, well, if there's a pragmatic and efficient way to do it, then you're learning nothing. But you can achieve results. Like, you can still minimally learn nothing, right? You can minimize your learning capacity and still be very successful with the results. That's not my area. It's not my interest. So we have a conflict of interest, right? To learn a target language is to learn more about the learning process. Doing something difficult, it's not the same as being miserable. It's an opportunity to challenge yourself to learn differently or learn more or all of the above. It's not a grind of something you already know and you're just grinding to get the results. This is the mentality that I cannot seem like I almost refuse and reject to empathize with people. I mean, I can sympathize with them. Like, I kind of pity or sympathize with people who keep telling themselves they hate studying Japanese or they hate doing character studies in HanziHero, or they think Anki is a chore and they're just getting through it. They're just powering through it. And my first thought is like, yeah, it's gonna feel like powering through if what you're doing is the same thing every single day, day in and day out. And that sounds very impressive. I agree. It sounds super impressive. One of the most common comments that I get when someone asks me is like, oh yeah, good luck with the grind the good grind, because all the power to you. That's really impressive that you've been at this same thing, it's inferred, the same thing for 500 days or plus. Like, I'm not doing the same thing for 500 days. Someone who does do that though, that's impressive. That is absolutely impressive. Maybe I'll come across someone one day and they come back and say, yeah, I've been doing Anki for 300 days and I did it exactly the same every single day in order to get to where I am, and I'm perfectly happy, and every day I loved it. Like, that is impressive. That is crazy impressive. You're like it's almost inhuman to think that someone can do something exactly the same thing 300. It's almost sociopathic, sociopathic to me, where there's a human being that is able to circumvent their boredom, circumvent their lack of emotional awareness, to robotically do the same thing both mentally and physically for a solid 300 days without flinching. Those are rare moments. Like, they are super rare. Like, athletes that are able to mechanically do the same thing every single time is incredibly impressive. Now, you're gonna do that and mentally the same way every single time, and you hope that that's the social norm, like that's the biological norm. That is wild. We're not even gonna consider the idea of aging, like things you age and you have life experiences. Like, life experiences will create ripples in your routine. The idea that you can live over a year doing the exact same routine verbatim in and out, that is like Marvel's superheroes montage level of impressiveness. And I tip my hats off to those people, because when I think about video games, right, people who play video games or do speedruns, that's what I kind of think about. They are trying to min-max their way for that slight inch, and it's incredibly impressive. I don't study to be impressive. I don't learn skills to be impressive in that way. Now, if that's what suits your fancy, I can't knock on that. Like, in no way am I saying that's the wrong way to study or that's the wrong way to do something. Like, practice your guitar and practice the same scale until you can do it blindfolded and backwards behind your back. That's up to you. That's your prerogative. My main disclosure here is that I do the opposite. In order for me to consistently love the process is to constantly focus on the process. It's not the results. Like, I'm not asking myself, oh, am I getting closer to Japanese fluency? Like, day in and day out. I'm not like counting the days. I'm counting down the days. You know, oh man, I'm only 10 days away from completing WaniKani. I'm like, it feels like yesterday that I started WaniKani. And now we're 4 weeks, I don't know, like 4 weeks-ish away from being level 60. HanziHero, it felt like yesterday was when I started learning my first characters. And what I mean by that is I can still remember how I started learning my first characters on HanziHero. And I still can remember every 100 days what I said in those reviews. Now, the human brain doesn't record verbatim everything that ever happens, so these are my attempts to try to encapsulate some of the important stuff, because you're not going to remember everything. But sure as heck, I'm going to try my best to provide and impart meaning to them so that I can keep a lot of my time. I don't want to look back on 2.5 years and say, oh yeah, I don't remember what I did here, because all the days blur together, because I basically did the same thing every single day and I don't remember anything. And then when I stop Anki, I just forget all the characters anyways, because I don't remember those days anymore. Exactly. That's exactly my point. So, retention, right? Retention requires association, overlap, use, analyses, the different levels of thinking. So if you're thinking about your characters and thinking about your grammar and thinking about writing how you're learning, then that is how you become aware and start to enjoy the possibilities. I think the vast majority of people that I encounter who has taken up the mantle of trying to learn a language, they already hate the task of learning in the first place. Either that or they're indifferent. They're so indifferent to the task of learning that I hope that maybe I have the privilege to see them develop a liking for learning. Because regardless if you like the subject or not, and you're infatuated with the results, it doesn't, in my opinion, significantly substitute for being able to understand the process. If you do not understand the process, I think that usually defeats the person. Like, you could love something so much and the process could still defeat it. For example, you could love your favorite sandwich like so much, but since you eat it every single day, it can still override and diminish how commonplace it can end up being. So you stop noticing your life. Like, some people, when they take a walk, since they've done the walk so many times, they stop looking around, right? It's human condition. I welcome anyone who who has a very compelling argument that it's not a basic human condition to stop observing things when they basically do the same thing each and every day. I think that is a default for human nature. Walking, breathing, waking up, sleeping, many of those things go unnoticed because it's part of human condition. So trying to convince me, again, I welcome compelling arguments, trying to convince me that when you study and you spend 90% of your time doing a routine that is kept exactly the same, and that person doesn't get bored, demotivated, burnt out, or even get restricted in the way they problem solve, I would love to hear it. For myself, we're keeping that at bay. So it's every 100 days or so we have a major change. In fact, it's actually a little bit less than 100 days. I actually changed twice already. It's about a month and a half. That's kind of the groove I'm in. Every month and a half there's a slight change, more like an improvement, an iteration on the current things. And then every so often, like 100 days or so, there might be a major change, like a change that incorporates something entirely new. So that's kind of where we are. So with that, that's kind of how I'm going to end our 500-day HanziHero tentative take. I don't know what we're going to do in the future for Chinese, but I think when it comes to character studies, it's very sufficient, incredibly sufficient. If I leave it here and move on and stop doing character studies, I will have come up with a routine that I can use when I move into the next thing. So I will keep the basis of maintaining this routine, the character routine that I have, moving forward. It's an abbreviated one because I will only have to use it every once in a while. However, I kept the routine with me. I'm not discarding the routine as a stepping stone. I think that's what efficiency people do. They cut out as many steps and then maybe they never need it again. That's cool. I kind of need it because I want to explain it. I need it because it's self-obligated. I want to be able to explain, hey, here's a way to go about it. This is how I wanted to do it, and that's what I came up with. And I will challenge this every once in a while. When I'm reading a book, right, and suddenly there's one character that I don't understand, let's go through the routine. And then this is all related to the Japanese side of the routines. Those are all stacked on top of my existing routine for the Chinese side of things. So now I have extra tools, maybe like 10-ish different ways that all of them would have to fail for me to be like not active in character studies. So character studies, we're reaching there. Like WaniKani will be next month is when it officially, like, we reach kind of like a point where the character studies go into the background. And then now we're doing grammar and sentences. And then the rest are filling in the other way. I'm still playing video games and like listening to people speak and whatnot. All that immersion stuff, it happens on the less effort side of things. Streaming, I'm working as hard as I can. So I'm thinking of as many ideas as possible, putting as much energy as possible into it. So then when the stream goes off, I'm still like watching Chinese dramas and anime and stuff. So those are low effort. That's, in my opinion, that's what people find attractive. They are looking for low effort ways to learn. I'm not saying that you can't spend high effort on inefficient methods. That's totally possible. I would venture to guess that despite those things being low effort or like inefficient, putting effort into something that's inefficient and then focusing on how to improve it will create leaps and bounds in problem solving skills and even creation, because when you see problems, you also are inspired to create solutions to them. Solutions lead to product development, right? Problem solving skills are what products are. You are in demand because you can solve problems that are very obvious. So when you run towards something that's inefficient, you also can test if you are smart enough or problem solving enough to make it efficient or know what problems are. Always being targeted for thinking you're doing the best is complacency. In my opinion, anytime you're targeted for surrounding yourselves like, oh, I'm always making the best choices, always making then you can never solve a problem because you never think you have one. Now, yes, you could say, well, someone could think the thing is the best thing and then they find out it's not. Okay, would that lead to problem solving? You would think yes, but the answer I have found is most of the time, more than 50%, no, that person doesn't develop problem solving skills. Online, what happens is they go look for the next best thing or a better thing and replace it without thinking. So like, if one tool doesn't work, they move on to the next tool. It's not any form of problem solving. They simply go to the next best tool because someone else has already done the problem solving and the thinking and the min-maxing and stuff for them. So they simply take a pair of dice, they roll. In fact, it's less than the pair of dice. It's simply the algorithm targeting whatever is popular and trendy. You do all of them, eventually one of them works, and you have your solution. And then whenever you have a future problem, you do the same. You go and find someone who has the same problem. You continue to do that. That will work. As long as you hope that the internet has provided us a sample size that meets your thing. I'm gonna tell you now, with every passing year, right? The older you get, the less and less likely that will be appropriate. The older you get, the less and less likely someone can replicate the problems you have. So it may seem like it's a godsend right now, right? As a, I don't know, 17-year-old or 16-year-old whose their experiences is like 16 years of life and it's completely confined and restricted to confirmation bias on a targeted algorithm internet. But when you become 30, 40, 50, that odds of not, the odds of not needing problem solving skills and critical thinking skills shrink. Like the odds of successful someone being able to target you with exactly what your solutions are will become imperfect. And hear me out, I'm not trying to doomsay, because that might be when they develop problem solving skills. And I, in my opinion, want to be there. I want to be there to be one of those guys like, hey, I know that you're finally encountering problems, that there might not be actual solutions, like exact solutions that you need. They all work not good enough. But let's go take this opportunity to work on our problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. Because when you get older, it is less and less likely you're going to be following someone. You kind of want to lead your own life, have agency over your life, right? Like you can solve problems your way, or you can take other people's ideas and improve upon them, as opposed to take people's tools and just follow, right? And do nothing about it. Because you can do that when you're a kid. When you're younger and limited, right? Usually you need foundations. So strong foundation goes a long way. So I'm not providing an antidote for younger people per se. I'm alluding to the idea that at some point I want to build up a reputation or like a merit, a portfolio of various ways people can get started on developing their critical thinking skills at whatever stage they're at. Usually though, I would say around college, whenever the people who learn language, they typically go into education or formal education of some sort or a professional career of some sort. That's usually when they start saying, oh, yeah, now I need problem solving skills. Because if I am to lead and create something, I would be solving problems that foreseeably are either very difficult to solve or they do not exist in that very particular permutation yet, right? And specifically on the idea of permutation. there are problems that are similar among everybody. However, when you're leading, right, like you're doing a job and people you're asking yourself, why choose me over the next person? The nuances is what the problem solving skills and critical thinking skills are for. If you're telling me, right, like if someone comes up to me and say, oh, everyone knows this, then everyone knows this. It's easy. It's effortless. It's not going to be the thing that makes your career. Right? So whenever someone says, oh yeah, Japanese language learning is easy, right? It's easy. You just follow this guy's program and you'll become fluent. It's like, well, if that is true, then everyone is following that program and everyone has access to the same amount of competence that person is offering. Is that true? Because if it is, then it's cheap. As in, like, it's cheap and good. As in, everyone should do it, and then they all will learn, and then that will be a non-issue. Is it a valuable learning lesson? Well, it's a good place to start because it becomes less valuable now. Like, everyone can do it. So now you build upon that. And how do you build upon someone else's thing that worked for everyone? Critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. Like, even the best things have problems that you can improve upon. But if you're thinking it's the best thing and you don't want to learn anything, then there's no room for improvement, right? You're thinking, oh, okay, well, this is good enough. I don't really want to learn anything. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it, and I could care less. That is your prerogative. Right? That is everyone's prerogative. There are certain things in life that I'm not going to improve very much because I have decided it's secondary to the amount of time I'm liberating for language learning, for example. Like, am I going to improve my keyboard typing skills? Probably not. Right? I'm not focused on, am I min-maxing my PC setup? No, I'm not doing that either. It's perfectly sufficient. So again, a mix of everything. There's no bad or good here, or some cynicism. One thing that I will continue to harp on and emphasize is that overuse of something will restrict humans' learning capacity. So narrow-mindedness is the opposite, is the antithesis, is one of the antitheses of learning. So it's very odd that in a world we live in, people who like to encourage learning are seen as people who restrict learning, to me. So choose your points of inspiration wisely. In my opinion, I think the learners who you would want to take advice from, perhaps, or those who are consistently learning, right? I personally am apprehensive on relying solely and growing with someone who is no longer growing, like someone who's bootstrapping through their 1000th minor iteration of the same message that they have been talking about without any evidence of growth or testing or something like that, which doesn't really happen for successful content creators, right? Like, I'm not a successful content creator, so we're going to exclude that statement. For me, I do something else. Where my satisfaction in this world is not through the innovation of content that I'm putting out. It's more through self-enrichment. So maybe one day that might change. Again, there's always room for change. Learning, constantly learning. So that's kind of the statement I want to end on, right? Being a learner is also consistently finding things to learn. if you're sitting there and saying, I don't want to change things when I have problems, I don't want to think about new things over and over again because it sucks to come up with new ideas or it sucks to look at problems and stuff, learning is probably not for you for now until you find some sort of working model for encouraging yourself to learn. I've talked about many ways to balance this type of give and take or payment or compartmentalization of learning as a means to an end. So if you're a person who think of learning as a means to an end, you will probably find a lot of the things I say very controversial and disagreeable. I concede that I am intentionally very disagreeable towards someone who thinks learning is a means to an end, as opposed to learning is one of the greatest potentials that humanity has, like one of the most celebrated things in my lifetime anyways, that humanity has, which is the capacity to learn, abstract, create, analyze, compare, right? All those things. If you're 18, you can still do it, you know, and if you grow older, you can still do it. That's not usually the case though. It's not, I don't find it, because of the nature of the internet, I think the vast majority of people stop learning quite concerningly early. Like, there are 14 or 15-year-olds who yelled at me from time to time, getting all defensive about how they know how their life is going to work for the next like 50 years. That's concerningly early. And that's pales in comparison to the stoically proud and arrogantly narcissistic older person, right? Like, I could be a narcissistically older person if I keep pushing back and just say, oh, you know, you'll never understand until you get older situation. That is narcissistically narrow-minded, right? It would be too negligent or overconfident of me to assume that when someone's 18 now and when they become 50, their entire environment would be similar to mine, and I can just say, oh yeah, you'll know when you get older. That's arrogant, right? And prideful. A personal liberty, though. So, not here to gaslight. Wanting to say that you won't know what the environment's going to be like for the younger audience 30 years from now. You know what their environment is like now. So at least be able to be cognizant about that, right? And that deals with still learning, still having problem-solving skills. Being a parent is one of the golden challenges. I'm not a parent, by the way. It would be pretty awesome to have a little one of my own. That's besides the point. But having people you mentor and children and whatnot is one of the ultimate problem-solving challenges, right? Because you have to make the effort, the conscious effort, to stay in an open-minded state to accommodate what has changed. The environment has changed. The literal nature of me addressing the algorithm and how it has affected critical thinking skills and problem-solving skills is my attempt to stay relevant and empathetic to the current way people think. Like, I'm specifically revolving most of my conversations and stuff that would be more attractive to a younger audience that is so predicated and conditioned to finding information on the internet. Not having a conversation with someone like my colleagues who would rarely find some of this stuff in quantification appropriate, because they would come up with many challenges and ideas to potentially improve or negate or counter argue the way I'm presenting this information, which is where where the generation differs, right? So with that, I want to end this segment, right? that's a wrap for today for day 500 of HanziHero. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. The developers are doing things, so hopefully more features come along. I could talk more about HanziHero in the future. With that said, right, you're more than welcome to come on by and yap, present a cogent counter argument, share your experiences, thoughts, anecdotes, keep each other motivated to learn, right? Open mind, happy thoughts, like opportunities. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.